was a suspect in the car, obviously.
All right, peeps, I just thought I would come on there a wee bit an unscheduled live and offer thoughts, prayers, and condolences for the people affected and caught up in the Islamic terrorist attack in Sydney. Actually, Ashley's brother lives in Sydney with his wife and kids, and so I don't think they were caught up in it. But at the end of the day, it's still very worrying to see this level of violence being used indiscriminately, and Western governments are basically hold on, I mute that telly, man. Sorry about that. I saw more of the religion of peace. Just going to call it what it is, because I'm getting sick of being gaslighted and told that we need to tiptoe around a certain demographic that's causing all this carnage. If I see white Christians or Jews or any other ethnic background driving trucks into Christmas markets or mass shootings, and well, in fact, there was a mass shooting at a university in America just yesterday that I was looking at, and people maybe say, so why are you not condemning that? I do condemn that, but was this university shooter shooting up people because his religion? Was it he was just didn't like Mondays, didn't like guys with no hair and glasses, or was he part of a religion that? So the thing that really gets me is people are being gaslit into being made to feel like they're racist or they're bigoted. No, I think as human beings, naturally, most of us have prejudices, and I think it comes from like childhood and basically no knowing about whatever it is you have a prejudice about. But the irony is that we are, as for in the most part, a very tolerant society. And we're not mass grouping and basically stating we're here to take over, we're here to convert or kill every single citizen of this nation. Now that is the plan. And if you think anything else, you as well just coming off this live stream, gone watching fucking Teletubbies or Mr. Tumbo or whatever the fuck it is you're doing with your life. Because I'm getting to the point now, I'm just sick of seeing this. It's very frightening because you imagine you went to St Enoch Centre, you imagine you went to the fort, and all of a sudden so here's crack, 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 crack. You ever heard a gunshot? You know right away what it is. Or you just hear screaming, and there's some mad nut job for Somalia or Pakistan or whatever with this ultra this ideology makes the so-called far right look like tiny tots. And if don't take my word for it, go and read up on it. Psychic, it might be the because see, when the weather's bad, I find that I have really bad internet. I'll try and mess about with it, but see, this is the thing, I don't like fucking about with buttons, then it kicks me out because I'm no on StreamYard, so I don't really know what I'm doing here. Let me know if it Christine, hello. You're from Angels Chat, aren't you? I recognised your name because your first name is spelled the same as mine. My name's Chris, and my name is spelled Kris, and your surname means lucky in Italian. I don't know if you know that. But we were just discussing you're from New Jersey. What? New Jersey. I've never been, but I know a lot of the places there. I used to read maps and atlases as a kid. Or was it your volume, Psychic? So, Christine, isn't it like really early in America just now? Aye, Psychic, mine's just brutal, man. See, when the weather's because I've got what do you call the cables that speeds your internet up, Ethernet cable. I've got one of them plugged in to this, and it's still look. I was just looking at. Sorry, please tell me I've not cut this. Damn. Sorry, I thought I was doing 2 live streams there. I thought I'd cut myself off. This is how I hate messing about with this. So I want to just I was just got to pull this up. So did anybody see any of the videos of the Islamic terrorist attack in Sydney? There's like 5 or 6 videos going around. And there's one of the guys is carrying like looks like a Mossberg pump action shotgun or something. It's definitely a pump action anyway. And he's just letting this shit off, right? But there's this guy that comes running. He's hiding behind a parked car, this Australian guy. And he just fucking runs and just fucking bear hugs him and starts rocking him. And he takes the shotgun off him and points at him, but he doesn't kill him. I was like, he would have had no fucking kidneys left, man. I've never fired a shotgun, but good a time as any, ain't there? So this is the can I get through this? Hold on. So apparently it was an anti-Semitic attack against Jews. Surprise, surprise. Bondi Beach shooting live updates. Terror attack at Jewish festival kills 11, with 1 gunman dead and another wounded. So this live updated that this is just been updated like 5-10 minutes ago. Further 29 people in hospital after attacking Sydney Beach where Hanukkah event was taking place. So these 2 scumbags have this religion of peace has this. Listen, these things don't occur in a vacuum. This would have been pre-planned. You don't just rock up to an event with firearms and start shooting people. They must have known this event was going to take place, where it was going to take place, and took steps to hurt as many people as they could. While our own governments are harping on about Islamophobia, you know what I mean? There's this shit's happening daily. But Islamophobia is the problem. Like the mosque in Glasgow had like a bit of spray paint on the wall outside. It was on the news for about 3 days, man. Know what I mean? But I noticed they never come out and condemn this shit. Or if they do, I wouldn't believe a word that came out their mouth anyway. The Premier of New South Wales, who is an absolute idiot, said viral footage of a man charging at one of the shooters on Bondi Beach was, quote, the most unbelievable scene I've ever seen. You want me to tell you why that is? Because that guy's got fucking balls. Something that you haven't got. Footage circulating on social media shows a man identified by local media as a 43-year-old fruit shop owner in a car park wearing a white shirt, charging at a man in a dark shirt who is holding a rifle. Wasn't a rifle, it was a fucking shotgun. He had a bulletproof vest on as well. He then tackles the armed man from behind, wrenching the rifle from him with his hands before pointing the gun back at the man. Don't know how you never emptied that, bro, but it's what you call fucking self-control. Don't know if I would have done that, but big shout going out to you, mate. Chris Minns, the Premier of New South Wales State, where Sydney is located, hailed the bystander as a genuine hero and said the video was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. There are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery, Minns added. And I would like to stop here and say that this guy, this fruit shop owner, there's people breathing because of him. There's people unharmed because of what he done. That's just not up for debate. And as I said earlier, excuse me, if you see something like this happening and you get a chance, I'm not saying throw yourself in harm's way, but what the advantage this guy had was the guy's gun was too long, right? See if that terrorist had a handgun, that guy could have just went buff. But try to turn a shotgun when you're wrestling with it, so I think that definitely went against the terrorist, because obviously the gun's too long to turn it and shoot the guy because he's fucking hanging off his back like a monkey, you know what I mean? But proud of him. And so obviously what I was meaning there about if you seen it like this happening, I'm not going to say I would throw myself, and I don't know what I would do, right? But if you get a chance and you've got the advantage, take the advantage. That's what I mean. Because I'm going to tell you right now, see all these hotels where all these migrants are disappearing from? I'm guaranteeing you right now, and I don't have any like special information or anything like that. Know a couple of people with like military connections, but they don't like give me any kind of intel like that. But with my research and my reading, I'm telling you right now, it is odds on that all these migrant hotels, there is sleepers in these hotels. If they're still in the hotels, I guarantee it. And there is going to be I believe, a substantial attack on the British mainland at some point pretty soon. So let me just get back into this. One of those injured in the terror attack on Bondi Beach was the head of the Sydney office of a public affairs organisation for the Australian Jewish community, Arsen Ostrovsky. I've heard of him. He's a mad academic, as you know. He wrote books. So I'm sure he's wrote books about Russia or something. I've definitely seen his name on shit. Can't remember what it was, but so he was named by the Jerusalem Post, where he is a long-time contributor, maybe that was it, as among those wounded in the mass shooting at the Hanukkah event on Sunday. The Jerusalem Post reported Ostrovsky was receiving treatment and been in contact with people via WhatsApp. So this is the carnage here, if everybody can see it. I don't want to play the sound and the screaming shit and all that, does my nothing. I don't mean that in a dismissive way. Multiple people have been killed, many others injured, including a child and 2 police officers in a terror attack on Bondi Beach. We start calling it a terror attack, but you forgot the one key word in that sentence. Islamist terror attack. So it was Jewish people celebrating Hanukkah. A London-born rabbi is among the victims. It doesn't. I don't think it says if he's passed away or not. But it was just so sad. He was celebrating the birth of his youngest child 2 months ago. See, that's when it really gets to me. See, reading that shit. Because I just think of my kid being, like, left orphaned. And what annoys me even more is my government's enabling this. The Australian government's enabling this. They're all enabling this. Do you know what I mean? See you later, Psyche. Aye, therefore, Batman, isn't he? Definitely, mate. Taking a pump action off a fucking mad nut job, not I mean? I would have played the videos, but I don't know how to transfer them to my computer, and I don't know if it will end up blowing my computer up or something, not I mean? But it just pisses me off. Like, how many people need to die before our government start waking the fuck up? Scumbags, man. King Charles said, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear this." Who gives a fuck, man? Just really, really pisses me off. And it'll be forgot about. Oh, look at this. Didn't know this bit. Explosives removed from the car. Right? I didn't see that. A number of suspicious devices have been found in the aftermath of the shooting, where hundreds of people had gathered by the Hanukkah by the Sea event to celebrate the start of the Jewish festival on Sunday, the Australian Associated Press had reported. Police say they are working to disarm what they have described as an improvised explosive device. A number of suspicious items located in the vicinity are being examined by specialist officers, and an exclusion zone is in place, New South Wales Police said in a statement at 9 p.m. local time. An object believed to be an explosive device was removed from a car close to the beach, and the exclusion zone is now being scaled back. So they've went there, and I was going to say today heavy damage, but they did do heavy damage. They've killed like 12 people. Just empty words for all these politicians. Like Antonio Guterres, one of the most anti-Semitic people on the planet. John Swinney, clown of a guy, man. Just fucking disgusting, mate. Not I mean. Hopefully they'll learn something from it, and we'll check that out. Went heavy dark there. Hold on. I need to go and find my adapter and turn my plug on. My vamp. Hold on. 2 secs. Where the fuck is that? That man, you still in that chat? And this is the mad thing, right? So somebody told me the day that cops, right, in Scotland, well, Glasgow to be specific, have been handing out leaflets at shopping centres. Do you know where the hangway is? Would you call it the adapters was unplug that lamp on? Fuck it, I'm unplugging that through then. Fuck was I saying there? That's a bit better. Just can't be arsed looking for that adapter. So as I was saying, right, there was cops handing out leaflets at, what do you call that? Like the shopping centres in Glasgow, right? And handing out leaflets basically, which would indicate they were acting on intelligence that they had a possible threat. And who likes to target shopping centres? Well, I think it was Braehead and somewhere else. And they must be doing it everywhere. It's not just one shopping centre, mate. And you look everywhere, right? You look everywhere, and all you're seeing is people of a certain religion or background becoming political, getting involved in politics, and then once they get into politics, they start to push a certain narrative, which involves. So it's like, you ever watched Hamza Yusuf's speeches, right? He always seems to say, he always seems to refer to himself as Muslim first. Now, I have no problem with anybody's faith, football team, whatever, as long as you're not trying to affect my life with your belief system or whatever, right? But you've got this guy who basically held the top political position in this country, who pledges allegiance to his religion first. So how can he serve this country? You know what I mean? His famous anti-white speech, his ties to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, his brother-in-law involved in drug trafficking, turned Queen's evidence. Interesting, eh? So you're a scumbag and a grass, fuck's it. You know what I mean? It's just like, these people think they're running this shit, and do you know what? See, for the most part, they're getting away with murder. I don't like that. It's making me very cynical. But see, the good thing about me is I can actually back up my cynicism. Isn't it just like one day I woke up and said, you know what, man, I'm pissed off that Romanians all come for Romania, or French eat fucking frog's legs or whatever. Like, we're talking about 15 years of reading here. research, and then filtering what you're seeing on the telly constantly and in the news constantly with that research. And what I'm seeing isn't nice, and it makes me wonder, what kind of world am I going to leave my son behind in? And what we're basically seeing is how there's a subversion campaign in Western politics and Western civilization to overthrow us from within. Excuse me. And what I mean by that is our enemies, well, we're talking about Russia and China, right? Talking about the threat. This is Islamist threat. Now, I differentiate between Islamic and Islamist. Islamist is like your kind of neo-Nazi like versions. Do you get what I mean? As opposed to ones that are just going to a mosque and living peaceful lives. Not talking about them. So I want to make that differentiation clear. Because you'll always get some mad fucking woke tard try to twist words with a guy who used to read dictionaries in class because he was bored out his nut. Because he had finished the work too quick. But aye, they know they can't beat us on the battlefield, right? Which we've proven time and time again. I took a lot of casualties. And I feel kind of hang me even speaking up on this because I didn't sign up for the war. I didn't deploy. I never fought abroad. Obviously, I was serving the country in a different way. But I still seen like how dangerous, how much of a threat certain aspects are to our way of life, and it's very scary. Like some of these people would think nothing about chopping your head clean off in the middle of Glasgow town centre. London town centre, they've done it, and it always seems to be the same pattern. Like maybe once every generation, you'll see some mad white arsewipe with a fucking Nazi tattoo on his back or some shit, getting caught with pipe bombs and all this, right? To me, you're just the same, but you've not got the numbers, you've not got the zeal or the ideology or the book to back it up. Whereas this is a global movement that we're talking about here. Do you think these two nutters on that beach were just two dafties? Like they looked like they were dressed tactically, like bulletproofs and all black, and maybe like know how like the knee pads when you go skateboarding and shit, which like soldiers they wear all that when they go abroad and when they're fighting. Because obviously if you're shooting at people, you want to be able to get down in one knee quickly and get back up quickly. You don't want to be kneeling on concrete with your bare knees, do you? Fuck's sake. And one of them was shooting and moving. I know that is like a military tactic or a law enforcement tactic to shoot and move at the same time. So this guy was on a bridge, and so he had the vantage for the bridge, and he was moving and taking shots, while this other fucking idiot's getting his shotgun fucking took off me. Country, I clubbed him to death with it, man. I would have given him a medal. And I would also like to point out, if that offends you, that I would give a guy a medal for beating an Islamist terrorist to death. Then sorry to hear that. But in other and more important news, I had Weetabix today. Batman, they won. Our soldiers are saying it's not worth fighting for when they're going to fight in wars and then coming back, and their countries are letting in the same people they fought against and their kids. Absolute craziness, mate. All right, Paul, what's happening? How's the dog? Or the dogs? I want to show you something, right? Right, so there's a book that I've got, Sharia Law, The Threat to America, right? So this was like it wasn't like a book, it was like a think tank book. I can't mind, it was like the Centre for Security and Policy Control in Washington, DC. Now, this book was published in 2005, right? So must have been written either just before 9/11 or post 9/11. And this book basically outlines in fine detail the threat. Not just to this threat, just isn't to America, it's to the entire West, to any Christian country. In fact, any country that is not Islamic is what they call us kafir, but there was another word for Dar al Harb. So Dar al Harb in Arabic means house of war. So there's Dar al Islam, which is the house of Islam. That basically just means the Islamic community in relation to the countries who believe they're at war with Dar al Harb, which is any country that's no Muslim, principally Israel, America, and the United Kingdom, France, the Crusader countries, all that bullshit. And it's not even that, right? Like you're blatantly seeing all these provocations, all social media and all, and I'm no one for making a judgment based on something that I saw on social media. Definitely not when I'm making an academic argument. But a lot of the videos that I'm seeing on social media, they back up what I'm saying. We're seeing a spike in sex attacks, and it's all Somalians, Pakistanis, all this kind of stuff. And we're seeing Christmas markets in European cities being intimidated, I would say, because it is quite intimidating when you're just taking your wains to the Christmas market and there is a mob of Middle Eastern combat age males dancing and singing and fucking chanting whatever the fuck they're saying, blasting music or the top of the Christmas music, like whatever the fuck it is they listen to in their countries, and blasting it to drown out the Christmas music. Now it's pretty oafish tactics, but it's still tactics to me. This is the start. It's already happening, and what is it going to take for it to stop? That's what I would like to know. But just look at this thing I've highlighted, right? To put it simply, according to the Muslim Brotherhood, the civilization jihad is the, quote, settlement process. And the settlement process is the mission of the Islamic movement. And that mission entails eliminating and destroying our way of life. Author Robert Spencer has popularised this concept with a term that captures both the character and deadly purpose of the Ikhwan's efforts in America, stealth jihad. Ikhwan is just an Arabic name for the Brotherhood. So when you think of a jihad, right, which they say is a struggle, struggling against your impure thoughts, or you bite your nails, you smoke. But we also know there's another and there's another meaning to that word, and it's the struggle against the West. And like this book states, that, oh, is it a black screen there, Batman? Fuck's sake. What was I saying there? Aye, man, mind that guy, Batman, that soldier we met. That was a shame, wasn't it? Guy'd half his skull blew off, right? Like, this bit of his head was missing. And he had like a placard, and we were going out for shit to eat, and we ended up going around speaking to him. And I was asking him, like, where did you deploy and shit like that? He's like, Afghanistan, blah, blah, blah. And it was just so, it just kind of hit me to see that we are putting people up in hotels free of charge at taxpayers' expense, who shouldn't even be here, who broke a law by even coming here. Borders are there for a reason. And this guy, who the government had sent to fight, was sitting in the street begging, absolutely dirty and dishevelled, and needed like $10 for a room for the night. Do you know what I mean? What bit of this makes fucking sense? Do we not need leaders who throw benefits at our armed personnel, veterans? Because to me, these guys have laid down their lives for the lives that we enjoy, and we're treating them like shit when they come back and basically going, you signed up for it, fucking deal with it. That's the attitude. And I think I seen something recently that says that the British Army's at its lowest numbers ever since. Ever since. In its history, it's at its lowest recruiting numbers or something. Is it any fucking wonder you're at your lowest recruiting numbers while you're sitting showing, teaching them diversity, equality and inclusion shite? Russia and China are away showing high school students how to fucking strip Glocks down and reassemble them or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? So it's like our enemies are just in a constant state of, if you want peace, prepare for war, while we're in the exact opposite. Like, I think our education system's got a big part to play in it, a very big part to play in it, because we're teaching people absolute fucking nonsense at school as well. Like, all this, like, wee boys can be wee lasses can be wee boys, and just fucking with weighing seeds basically, and then taking them on day trips to mosques. Not taking you on a day trip to a church or a synagogue, but they'll take you to the mosque. Dangerous slope we're going on, mate. Aye, charity does start at home, Batman, doesn't it? Is the football still on? Because I'm scared to fucking touch any of this, mate, because it's on YouTube. But the point, as I was trying to show here, right? Did that screen go black there again, Batman? Aye. I didn't know. Right, so I don't know if this book's getting too boring, but stop acting like a beast. Never, mate. I was just trying to find something. So this bit's quite interesting, misperceiving the threat. So see that word Americans, right? I'd just like to say that this threat doesn't just apply to America, right? Few Americans are aware of the diversity and success to date of such efforts to insinuate Sharia into the United States, let alone the full implications of the mortal threat this totalitarian doctrine represents to our freedoms, society, and government. Few still understand the nature of the jihad being waged to impose it here. To be sure, since 9/11, most in this country have come to appreciate that America is put at risk by violent jihadis who launch military assaults and plot destructive attacks against our friends and allies, our armed forces, and our homeland. Far less recognisable, however, is the menace posed by jihadist enemies who operate by deceit and stealth from inside the gates. The latter threat is arguably a far more serious one to open, tolerant societies like ours. This report is substantially devoted to laying bare the danger posed by so-called non-violent jihadists, exposing their organisational infrastructure and modus operandi, and recommending actions that must be taken to prevent their success. So if you could imagine, just say like the IRA, for talking sake, wanted control of Ireland, right? And I'm not talking about Sinn Féin, I'm talking about the IRA, right? But Sinn Féin are the straw men. Like, I'm just using this as an example because it's like the plainest way I can make it. And basically saying, you need to get into politics, you need to assume office so that we can build our numbers. Once you get into politics and start making headway, and we start building up enough numbers, we are taking over this shit too. That's what's happening, mate. And you've just got to get fucking back in line. Do you know what I mean? All right, Dale, what's happening? The first thing to understand about the jihadis who operate by stealth is that they have precisely the same dual objectives as the openly violent jihadists, including Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Taliban, which is global imposition of Sharia law and re-establishment of the Islamic Caliphate to rule in accordance with it. I don't think I need to spell that out. They differ only with respect to timing and tactics. So you've got ones that will fight in the battlefield, the ones that will come here and kid on with your pals seeking refuge, and no, I'm not saying this is not a blanket statement, but it's an acknowledgement that we are under attack from within. I don't really give a fuck what anybody says or thinks about what I'm saying. It is true. The Global Terror Index speaks for itself. Anyway, in fact, the seemingly innocuous outreach tactics of Dawa are merely part of the initial stages of what the US military would call intelligence preparation of the battlefield that is calculated favourably to sculpt the terrain over the long term, preceding the ultimate violent seizure of the US government and replacement of the US Constitution with Sharia law. So basically, this could apply to any Western nation. This could definitely apply to ours when you see some of the kind of political stuff that's been going on the past couple of years, especially with the rape gangs and shit. And it did get me thinking that committing these acts was a part of the strategy, like as if they were just like fucking go there and just rape their women, drive her in the truck. This is what I've noticed, right? Instead of flying planes into buildings now, because they know they can't really get away with that now, you know what I mean? So what they're doing is doing the lone wolf attack kings. Hold on. Which are a lot more easier for them to perpetrate. Like just going, but by the way, no what? So say I'm a what do you call it? A cleric in Yemen or Syria, whatever the fuck. What do they call it? Emir or whatever, right? The Emir, right? I'm the leader of the group. I'm the spiritual advisor. And some young guy in London, Birmingham, France, wherever, Australia, Glasgow, I'm talking to him through encrypted channels, right? And if he's not already Muslim, he will be by the time I'm done talking to him. And by the time I'm done talking to him, he will be psychologically groomed to perpetrate the kind of attack that you saw in Sydney. You just saw. And what will happen is, if it doesn't need to be sophisticated, it could be as unsophisticated as somebody passes them on to somebody. So there'll be somebody who looks after the finances. So everything's separated. Like arms are separated. So there'll be somebody watching the tools, somebody watching the money, somebody watching the fucking Semtex, whatever it is, right? Somebody watching the Maris Pipers. And what will happen is, when they feel he's ready to perpetrate an attack, when he's done his scouting, his assessment, whatever, best place to catch the most people, it could be as simple as, going and renting a truck, right? But, oh, by the way, thing was on the day, what do you call it? What's that fucking thing all the veins go to? Transmit, right? Transmit's on the day. Or whatever, George's Square Christmas fucking displays starting the day. Both just rent one of the big trucks, mate, and just plough right through it. And then when he's crashed the truck, bounces up with his chopper, his knife, his boom boom, whatever the fuck he's got. Because you find as well that, excuse me, a lot of these attacks are in stages as well, if you get what I mean. There doesn't just seem to be like one part of the attack. There's usually multiple. And this is the frightening part. This is where it gets frightening, because right now, the people who organise that thing in Australia are probably sitting at home watching it on TV, either in Australia or somewhere in the Middle East, and praise be to God and all that. And I don't know if they think that because we're not going to church every Sunday, we like a swally, like to fucking bang a couple of gas cookers, whatever, they think we're any lesser warriors than they are. No, you're just more bloodthirsty, mate. I think the samurai like to get steaming. Know what I mean? Look at them. I think they like to gas cookers and all, in fact. They were called something else, but geishas or some shit. But I guess my point is, just the mindless, that level of violence, man, just, it actually does give me the fear. Imagine you were caught up in that. Same psychic. And do you know the funny thing is, right, I'm going to try and find the global terror index. Sounds windy out there. Hold on. And you look at all the terrorist attacks that have happened, like, they've all got one common denominator. Wait, hold on. This is the 2025 one. Sorry if I'm... Sorry, I'm just looking at this and it's always the same countries. And I said this to somebody the other day about it the day. But I thought about, like, how's there never any terrorist attacks? Like, in the, I was like, they probably do more terrorist attacks in their own countries than they do here. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to find the full table. Sub-Saharan Africa, pretty bad area. Mali, Burkina Faso's top of the list, funnily enough. Burkina Faso, but could you even tell me about that pitch? Exactly, Janice. The government want you just to be quiet about it and just get on with it. This is what pretty interesting what he says here. US national security leaders, academia, the media, and society as a whole have been rendered all but incapable of recognising this dimension as part of the enemy jihad. A number of factors have contributed to the lack of situational awareness. For one, it follows decades during which pride in American heritage, traditions and values steadily has eroded, and pro-Sharia sheikhs have poured millions into US Middle East studies and inter-religious dialogue programs. At the same time, a massive propaganda operation has targeted Western society. Its immediate goal is to obscure the fact that jihadist violence and more stealthy supremacism is rooted in Islamic texts, teachings, and interpretations that constitutes Sharia law. So one of the most interesting things about that was when it said a number of factors have contributed to the lack of situational awareness, which is the erosion of pride, American pride, in their heritage and their history. Obviously, there's a lot of dark bits of history. Every country's got it. But at the end of the day, how the fuck should you feel ashamed for something that happened 600 years ago? Like, what the fuck's that got to do with you? It's not as if, like, they're talking about slavery. See, in Islam, it's permitted to have a slave as long as they're no Islamic or they're no part of your school of thought. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely mind-boggling, mate. And it heavy does my tits in. Exactly, Dale. They're Scottish with fuck all to be ashamed of. Fuck. Look at the shit Britain did, well, England did to us. They colonised us and America. Now we're all buddies. So what the fuck's the script with all these fucking retards, man? Want to blow you up from within? Know what I mean? That was pretty telling, that statement. Now remember, this was published in 2005. Do you know what I mean? So these are the kind of Muslim Brotherhood. They're like the kind of that will Hamas. So Hamas, you all know who Hamas are. Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas are like that. Hamas is actually a Muslim Brotherhood offshoot. Go way back, mate. But I'm trying to find the bits. Like the kind of dictionary bits. So just brief thing with the most important entity promoting Islamic supremacism, Sharia law, and the Caliphate through non-violent means is the Muslim Brotherhood, MB, or in Arabic, the Ikhwan. The MB defines this form of warfare as civilization jihad in its strategic document for North America entitled The Explanatory Memorandum on the General Strategic Goal for the Group, which was entered into evidence in the 2008 United States vs. Holy Land Foundation trial. Now that was a big scandal. It was these Islamic charities were basically funneling money to terrorists in the Middle East, right? Off the charts money. And you look at how mundane and annoying that title is. Like, imagine you were a terrorist, right? And you wrote a big manifesto, but you entitled it Explanatory Memorandum on the General Strategic Goal for the Group. Now, that's something that I would probably just go, fuck reading that. But when you put it into context about the fact that this was found in a terrorist house, you would want to read it, wouldn't you? Written in 1991 by Mohammed Akram, a senior Hamas leader in the United States, and a member of the board of the directors of the Muslim Brotherhood in North America. The memorandum declared that the Islamic movement is an MB effort led by the Ikhwan in America. It went on to explain that the movement is a settlement process to establish itself inside the United States and, once rooted, to undertake a grand jihad characterized as a civilization jihad mission that is likewise led by the Muslim Brotherhood. So think about that. What do you think that means? Well, I'm about to tell you, but I'm going to use these words. Specifically, the document explained that the civilization jihad process involves a, quote, grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers so that it is eliminated. So if you want to kind of go all that, sabotaging our country from within, how do you think they can do that? By bombing gun alone? How else do they do it? They infiltrate the education system, the political system, and they use people who are referred to in certain circles as useful idiots, but in political circles, I think they're called far leftists, liberals. Now, I consider myself quite liberal, but at the same time, when it comes to this, like, I don't really give a fuck. How could you call me far right for bringing this to your attention? This looks like Attila the Hun compared to the far right. You know what I mean? I just find it mind blowing. So as I says, these are the people who they're using to establish the battlefield. And once the battlefield is in their favour, this country and every other Western country is going to have problems, big problems. Now, I might not be alive to see it, but if I am, say your old dad's getting suited and booted in it, going to go to the mega actresses, man. Because fuck that. I'm not getting my throat cut and my son enslaved. You crazy, man? So this was interesting. So Said Qutb, he wrote this book called Milestones that they all pure. This was like their Machiavelli, the prince. And this is what Said Qutb wrote. Wherever an Islamic community exists, which is a concrete example of the divinely ordained system of life, it has a God-given right to step forward and take control of the political authority. When Allah restrained Muslims from jihad for a certain period, it was a question of strategy rather than of principle. And if you think I'm waffling a lot of shit, feel free to say. You know what I mean? I'm not like shoving propaganda down your throat. This is just my shit. I'm trying to find something. Hold on. Christopher, where were you? What for? Calm down with the chewing gum, mate. Hold on, this is, I've got, hold on, I got to talk to him a minute, right, so can I mute this? So as I was saying, I didn't even know he'd went to the shop. Oh, can you, Batman? Aye, would you bat? Oh, I didn't even think of that. That's alright, man. Like, it's not that I mind my Wayne being on the internet, I just don't want him getting recognised. Oh, what? I just don't want him getting recognised and all that shit, you know what I mean? Because I get it sometimes. But here, look at this, right? So this key findings. So see if I'm boring MD, or if you want to talk about something else, don't hesitate to say. But obviously, you know this is my thing. If you know your enemy and yourself, you need not fear 100 battles, as Sun Tzu said. So it's about trying to know your enemy, innit? The United States is under attack by foes who are openly animated by what is known in Islam as Sharia. In other words, Islamic law. Like that time me and Ross went to that place, right? And it said on the wall, or such and such PhD in Islamic law, but they were saying there's no such, in that they were saying there was no Sharia law, and I was like, what are you talking about, mate? It said it on the fucking wall. Think your old dad's daft. According to Sharia law, every faithful Muslim is obligated to wage jihad, whether violent or not, against those who do not adhere to this comprehensive totalitarian political military code. The enemy's explicit goal is to establish a global Islamic state known as the Caliphate and governed by Sharia law. So basically, according to Sharia law, no according to every single Muslim, like there's got to be Muslims out there who do not want this in this country, right? And shout out to you, but start piping up, mate. This is the key thing here. Look, every faithful Muslim is obligated to wage jihad, whether violent or not, against those who do not basically adhere to Sharia law. Do you know what I mean? And there'll be Muslims out there, I'm sure, who don't follow Sharia law or follow it to the letter, but it has no place in this country. I will categorically state that right now. So Sharia is based on the Quran, held by all Muslims to be the uncreated word of God as dictated to Muhammad, hadith, sayings of Muhammad, and agreed interpretations. It commands Muslims to carry out jihad, holy war, indefinitely until all of the Dar al-Harb, which I had explained earlier, but in brackets it says, i.e. the house of war. In other words, any country where Sharia isn't the law. So basically, it commands Muslims to carry out jihad indefinitely until all of the places where Sharia law is not the law of the land is brought under the domination of Islam, where Sharia law is enforced. I've got another couple of good books that I can pull up that were written by Muslim scholars. They weren't actually written by Westerners. But the problem with that is it's like you need to do double takes all the time because it's somebody who maybe adheres to that, who is talking, so it's kind of off-putting a wee bit because not only are you trying to suss out what's being talked about, you're trying to suss out the way he's meaning it as well. Right, so listen to this. Sharia law dictates that non-Muslims be given three choices. Choice number one, convert to Islam and conform to Sharia law. Choice number two, submit as a second-class citizen, which is referred to in Arabic as a dhimmi. And the third choice is to be killed. Not all classes are given the second option. Both Islamic terrorism and pre-violent civilization jihad are commanded by Sharia law. That is not only the view of extremists and fringe elements hijacking the religion, but of many authorities of Islam widely recognised as mainstream and drawn upon orthodox texts, interpretations and practices of the faith. The Muslim Brotherhood is the font of modern Islamic jihad. It is dedicated to the same global supremacist objectives as those like Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, who share its adherence to Sharia law, but who believe that violent jihad is more likely to more quickly produce the common goal of a global caliphate. So in other words, they believe that violence will get them further than politics will, quicker. Fucking depression. Batman, what's the script? I think that see if you're in this country or any other country and you're working for anything at all like this, you should be basically classed as the way we treat spies. You should be treated as like, how like a subverter. Any screen ban. Batman, go and get us a double nugget, you nugget. But aye. Burkina Faso, who would have thought? Couldn't even tell you anything about them. Aye, it's a fucking shit show, mate. So Batman, what you act like a wee beast for? Yeah, wee fucking Cadbury's feast. What you act like a Cadbury's feast for? You like that, don't you? Turn that down. But aye, mate, nae good. What's your take on it? I would shout you up, but you can't get anybody up on here. Well, you can do, what do you call it? You can link lives, but I don't know how to do it. Well, I done it with Jamie, no Jamie, Jerry one time, and it wasn't good. You know that what's happening. What you been up to? Did you see that thing in what do you call it? Australia. Who are we talking about? None of them were they? I know, but how you deportations, man? It's brutal, mate. Aye, man. Big pump actions, not. You can't deport someone who won't say who they are. We can jail them, man, innit? Aye, exactly, Batman. Aye, stop with benefits, I know. I think a lot of the times that's why they're coming. So it is. They make you puke, don't they, man? Honestly. Don't mind people coming here who are above board, you know what I mean? But no just come here because you want to fucking great women and all that shit. Jeez, oh. Try to find some local news. Sadiq Khan, Trump's obsessed with him. Hopefully he fucks you up. No go lie, I hate that cunt. We need somebody like Trump in power, mate. Look at this, right? What the fuck is this? Horror as boy 8 fighting for his life after knife attack as suspect on the run. Check this fucking douchebag. Then you see him, smash fuck at him for me, right? Or better yet, bring him to my gaff. Batman, you can't see that. Yeah, wee fucking beast. Ah, you see it now, don't you? Steamer. You see it? An 8-year-old boy has been left in a critical condition after being stabbed by an attacker who is now on the run. The attack happened in an apartment in Zentum, whatever the fuck that says, in Dortmund, Germany, where a woman and her 4 children aged between 3 and 8 lived. So it's probably a domestic, innit? Scumbag fuck. According to local reports, the woman and her children were all injured in the attack and were being treated for stab wounds and slashes on Saturday morning. Neighbours reported hearing a loud bang that echoed through the high-rise housing complex, with police soon cordoning the area off and beginning their search for the suspect. Hopefully they get a hold of him and beat his ass. Stabbing an 8-year-old boy, mate. Like, what the fuck is your malfunction? Absolute fucking scumbag, man. Batman, you better sort it out, mate. I'm sick of your shite. So I'm a BB story time, man. What else? What else we got? Fuck. Try to find something. Why does it keep doing that, Jake? Yeah. I have no idea, mate. That what a beast for. But I fuck get you in power, mate. You'd be one of the cunts fucking acting like a pure beast. So you would. Janice, good question. Oh, I feel dodgy, man. How many sleepers have we got in Scotland and Britain? I mean, MI5 caseload was what? Right, let me just put this back up on the screen now, right? So that it doesn't go blank, because it does my nothing, right? So I've got to find. Oh my god. I'm trying to find see on the. Is it? What's it keep doing that for? Am I blank, Batman, or is the full wing blank? You're fucking fine, blank, chicken. Right, I'm trying to see if the MI5, so I'm on the MI5 website, right? on threats. Current threat level is substantial. So there's 5 categories of threats. So we're in the middle. Substantial means an attack is likely. See, look at the way they word all this, right? Low, right? An attack is highly unlikely. Right. Moderate, an attack is possible, but not likely. Substantial, an attack is likely. Severe, an attack is highly likely. And critical, an attack is highly likely in the near future. Have you ever heard such fucking word salad in all your life, man? Maybe cut it down to 3. That's what I'm saying. Low, fucking moderate, and severe or something. Fucking idiots. Current national threat level. Can you all see this, aye? Fuck's sake! Batman, you're stressing me out, mate. I can't scroll down when I'm on here. Right, so current national threat level, right? The threat to the UK from all forms of terrorism is substantial, so that means an attack is likely. So, is that why the police are storming, handing out leaflets outside fucking shopping centres? Is that why I don't know what to say. I really don't. Something just doesn't feel right about all this. With all these people coming here, and there's a lot of them from Afghanistan who look at the 2 scumbags who were charged with that. Great. They are hold on. This chewing gum's in my fucking head out. Wait there. That tree looks pure piping with the fucking lights off, doesn't it? I can't. I think my adapter's in the room. See the fucking the 5-way plug in. Yeah, I'm acting like a far left. I'll scud you about, you wee fucking douchebag. Oh, this fucking chair. Me and you need to go chair hunting, mate. So I'm going to say. Right, so tell me something. Can you see it when I click on that? Can you see it? Because I need to scroll down, and I can't scroll down unless I'm on this tab. I'm trying to find. Right, so how are threats decided? How are threat levels decided? The Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, JTAC, is responsible for setting the threat level for the UK from terrorism and the threat level from Northern Ireland related terrorism in Northern Ireland. Oh, for fuck's sake. Both threat levels are kept under regular review. In reaching an assessment on the appropriate threat level, several factors are considered. These include available intelligence. This will often involve making judgments about the threat based on a range of information, which is often fragmentary, including the level and nature of current terrorist activity, comparison with events in other countries, and previous attacks. Intelligence is only ever likely to reveal part of the picture. I would agree with that. Terrorist capability. An examination of what is known about what a terrorist could do based on previous attacks or from intelligence. Terrorist intentions. I think we all know what the intentions are, don't we? Using intelligence and publicly available information to examine the overall aims of the terrorists and the ways they may achieve them, including what sort of targets they would consider attacking. Hold on, timescale. The threat level expresses the likelihood of an attack in the near term. We know from past incidents that some attacks take years to plan, right? This is the loophole here, but rather than go for the spectacular, the 9/11, the 7/7, fucking whatever, now what they're doing is just renting a truck and driving it right through a fucking nursery. And why has there been, and another thing about all these reported things outside the schools, what's all this about? Are they casing schools? Tell you something. You go to my son's school. Sorry, man. I'm getting a bit. What do you call it? My guts are going a bit. Tell me what I meant to say to you, Batman. Beast. Patriot Dan says, I'm sure there's 40,000 on the terror watch list. I'm not sure how many there is on it, but 90% of the watch list is jihadi based terror. That's a fact. Batman will tell you, mate. He's got contacts. Aye, but Janice, how many employees, right, do you think work for MI5, right? And then try to watch 40,000 people on a daily basis. And when I say watch them, I don't mean like follow them about, because that's probably them working on a bad day. They would have, unless you're really smart, they would have access to every email, every device, everything you've got. But aye. So let's just say 40,000 individuals are on the security service watch list, right? 90% are Islamic extremists. So that's, let's say, out of every 10 people on that watch list, only one of them isn't an Islamic extremist. Out of every 100, only 10 of them will be far right or IRA or UVF, whatever. Fucking, like, well, put it this way, like, you know what I mean? Look, homegrown extremism, I believe the term is. Batman, I think we should deport you. So I do. To what's the name of that place? I was going to say Legs and Co, but it's changed its name now. Diamond Dolls, I'll say. We should. That's where we should send you, mate, because you're a heavy beast. But aye, sort of. Who's going to look after me? Fuck knows, mate. Whoever was looking after me before you showed up again. Kidding on, bro. But let me go back to the page, right? The threat levels. So what does this mean for you? What does it mean? Did it go black, yeah? Vigilance is vital, right? Remember that. What's Strathclyde Police's motto? Semper Vigilo. It's Latin for always vigilant, always watching, right? Maybe we should steal that off them. Because see, this is what I laugh at, right? With myself, I look at high anxiety and this constant threat assessment every time I leave the house is some sort of hindrance. But when it really boils down to it, what that is so see, like, people who come back from war have PTSD, and it's because of like all the shootings and the boom booms, and so it's kind of similar for people who return to society for like long terms incarcerated. Because even though it's what I was explaining on my video the other day, you might not have enemies, but you might have enemies you don't even know about. Somebody might be wanting to fucking slit your throat, just because. So you need to always be on the ball. You always need to be on the ball. You know what I'm talking about? So vigilance is vital, regardless of the current national threat level. Sharing national threat levels with the general public keeps everyone informed. It explains the context for the various security measures, for example, airport security or bag searches, which we may encounter. Now, I'm not going to lie, right? If I'm going through an airport and my bags and all that are getting heavy searched, I don't really give a fuck. It was like in prison. Anytime I got a search, I was just like, I never complained about it, because the way I saw it was, I'm in jail. I signed up for this. This is part of what I signed up for, so I can't agree. So I'm happy to give up some of my rights to privacy if it means a safer society. But it means where does it stop? Do you get what I'm talking about? Aye, mate. So be vigilant is what they're saying. Can't find any watch list, but so you're off it. But check this sad story, man. Bondi Beach victim shot in the head as Holocaust survivor who died saving life. That's heartbreaking, man. survived the Holocaust, right? Only to die on a beach in Australia, saving his wife for a different kind of enemy. Excuse me. One of the Bondi Beach victims who was shot in the head has been identified as a Holocaust survivor. Alex Kleitman, a Ukraine native who survived the Holocaust, has been identified as a victim of the terror attack at a Hanukkah event in Sydney, Australia. That go blank again, mate. I'm wound up scodding your arse. His wife, Larissa Kleitman, told the Australian her husband of 5 decades was killed while trying to save her life. She said that he came on Bondi Beach to celebrate Hanukkah. For us, it was always a very, very good celebration for many, many years. Tragic, man. Mrs. Kleitman continued, "We were standing and suddenly came the boom boom and everybody fell down. At this moment, he was behind me, and at one moment, he decided to go close to me. He pushed his body up because he wanted to stay near me. The couple of 2 children, 11 grandchildren." Oh, that's so sad, man. So let me ask this. Where's the 10 million? Let's see if the British government will dish out 10 million to synagogues. Given that this was the reason that this event was targeted was because it was a Jewish event, right? So it's like, here, they're Jews down there celebrating fucking Hanukkah. It would not. This is the equivalent, right? You imagine there's a beach in, say, Loch Lomond, right? And it's mobbed with Muslims celebrating Ramadan, and me and Batman rock up with fucking shotguns and rifles and start heavy blasting. It's the same principle. You see where I'm going? So where's the outcry? It's like, then the more you know what we'll hear, Islamophobia. Big Hamza Yusuf is in his safe room because Islamophobia is online and he just can't deal with it. Let me fuck up. Me cunt gives a fuck what you think, mate. Hey, what am I looking for? Batman, but you act like a beast for? Where's this fucking... Ouch! No way. No way, man, right? Just looked at the cup score we sell it in St Mirren there. It's 3-1 to St Mirren. Like, what? Didn't see that coming. Got to admit. But I suppose, fuck it, man. Give somebody else a shot in it. But aye, mate. Batman, but you act like a beast for? Stop scudding you about, mate. I'm telling you, man. Getting sick of it. Hold on, right? I'm got to pull up my fuck off, Shabana Mahmood. Sick of looking at your cooking. It's mad how personal some people can take things, innit? Like, Was that all black there, Batman, again? You're acting like a weirdo, mate. What cunts are even talking about it? Nobody move! At last you got glass, no cunt leaves to me find out what cunt did it. Remember that? Right, see, I don't know why it does that. Here, look at that. Did you know Islam means submission? No, what? Batman, I don't know what you mean, no, what? You're acting like a beast. What you doing? It's the bottom line.
Young men were seen firing from the British towards
What? That was a cunt get his, was that him to get a gun took off him? It was. What That smashed his head in with the butt of that gun, man. No, he stabbed. Fucking shell dumped him, man. Wait, this. So I thought it looked like an M1 there, the cunt had. Wait. No, that's got a scope on it. Wait, look at him. So it's a bolt action. Aye, so he's just trying to take out as many as he can. And remember, this comes after what happened in Manchester no long ago. But all the politicians seem to be concerned about Islamophobia. A bit strange. He looks a bit an older gentleman. Aye, isn't he? This wee dick. He's in Pakistani, believe it or not. Surprise, surprise. I'm no surprised. Right, so hold on, right? That man, it's not like a heavy baggies, man. Oh, here you, man. Just a sweet them, man. Oh, what? You had your moment of glory there, man. Didn't he? Had your moment of glory there, bro. To rectify that. Well, no rectify it, but fucking milky bars are on me, innit? But wait, see this cunt with the boat, watch this, look. I get the fuck, stupid. Can't fling these empty mad dog boat, let him or something. Fucking proud of you, brother. Right, watch this, look here. I think a copper comes down here. Aye, that's what he shouted when he flung it for Batman. That Frito! Big Jedi's gonna be gutted, mate. Aye, Smeeto's fucking. Nah, he'd have just kicked him the balls and took it off him, man. Fucking proud of you, brother. Yeah, proud of him. Fuck's sake. Volley's right in the stones, man. But I'm at here, but see if that was like a Sig or a Glock or whatever, I don't think he'd have done that there. It was, because you know what I mean, you know, a handgun, it's easier to fire at somebody that's got a hot ear and a fucking shotgun. That's that length, fucking size of the thing. Know what I mean? Mad Smeeto, man. Batman, you getting it fucking tight. Yeah, wee beast. Look at this fucking retard, man. Fury as Keir Starmer posts Hanukkah celebration message minutes after Bondi Beach attack. Right. Now, while I would like to believe the guy isn't that fucking stupid, right? Or that antagonising, but it's somebody that's the Prime Minister in one of the most supposedly developed nations in the planet. You would think he would have had real-time knowledge of a major terrorist incident, albeit on the other side of the globe, probably through what's called the Five Eyes agreement. It's like America, Canada, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, or basically eavesdropping shit. It's eavesdropping shit like communications intelligence. So like one of the ones they could read the time off your watch for space with a satellite. We're talking heavy duty government shit. So how the fuck did this fanny know that this happened? If he didn't know, was he away sleeping with two Ukrainian rent boys? Sniffing lines of gear after cocks? What? A social media post meant to celebrate a Jewish holiday has sparked a furious backlash online after it was posted in the wake of a terror attack in Sydney, which has left at least 12 people dead. Sir Keir Starmer, as a wanker official X account, put out a message to mark the start of Hanukkah, the Jewish festival of lights, sending his warmest wishes to families across the UK and around the world. So what was the time difference? I know they're like 9-10 hours ahead of us or some shit. Batman, you alright? You there? You there? Batman, you there? You little prick. So we've got, he added, may the festival of lights bring hope, peace and comfort, before signing off with the traditional Jewish greeting of Hanukkah Sameach. I think that's how you say it, Sameach. However, the PM's post came after gunmen opened fire around 6:45 PM local time Sunday in Bondi Beach, Sydney, Australia, where a Hanukkah event was taking place. 2 people have since been taken into custody and 29 people have been taken to hospital. Of the 12 killed, one is said to have been a gunman. Whoops. Hope the bullets are alright. Shit, I just shot one alive. Fuck. Didn't mean that. What a retard this guy is, man. Like, absolute fucking fanny, mate. What the fuck is slow mode? Slow mode is on. What the fuck's that? Right, I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know, man. Who's meant to be milk tray? Batman, you heavy milk tray? Mate, he's defo milk tray, mate. Aye, but see the thing is, I know, I think he was heavy tampered with fucking, what's he's got him? Semi Javel. Do you know big Semi Javel? Why? Oh shit! Oi. Dumb fucking snake. Oh, it's fucking chill, man. Used to use this all the time, seeing a wet Egyptian, man. It actually does help. See, because every cunt used to say you've got some grip on you. But see that wee bit, it odds it. The wee bit there at the bottom. That started moving about, so I ended up not using it for ages. But I loved that wee thing. I used to, it was almost like a nervousness, or it was like my comfort blanket. I think about choking cunts. Like Batman choking the chicken. Me beast. A pure beast, so he is, man. Need to watch him, mate. I'm telling you, see if he finds out. Right, wait, we getting it, Batman. Batman, you there? You there? You milk tray? Batman, you heavy milk tray? Oh, look. Poor woman, man. Emma Caldwell's mother says inquiry into her daughter's murder set up to fail. You know why? Covering their arses. The mother of Emma Caldwell, who was killed by prolific sex offender Ian Parker, said an inquiry into her daughter's murder had been set up to fail. Miss Caldwell, 27, was found dead in Limefield Woods, South Lanarkshire on May the 8th, 2005, more than a month after she went missing in Glasgow. Her killer, Ian Parker, was interviewed by detectives that June, but was not convicted until almost 2 decades later, and was convicted of crimes against 9 other women, including 11 rapes, and jailed for life with a minimum term of 36 years. In 2024, excuse me, Parker had been reported to police for rape in 1999, but this was not followed up. And he was first reported to have raped an underage girl in 1998 at the trial at the High Court in Glasgow, was told. Miss Caldwell's disappearance and murder was initially investigated by Strathclyde Police and later Police Scotland after the National Force formed in 2013. And they're still dafties. Well, vast majority. Heavy milk tray. In March 2024, sorry, I was just thinking about something there. In March 2024, Justice Secretary Angela Constance announced a public inquiry into Miss Caldwell's murder and the failed police investigations. But the terms of reference were announced this week, the terms of reference, and were criticised by Mrs. Caldwell in an interview with the Sunday Mail. Mrs. Caldwell said, This inquiry seems to have been set up to fail, to throw a blanket over what happened instead of shining a light on it. I'm not surprised one bit. Terrible mistakes were made during the first investigation, but for years police officers and prosecutors knew who killed Emma and did nothing. Is that not worthy of an inquiry too? These cunts, man. Detectives interviewed Packer, but let him go. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this. But let him go and focused an investigation on a group of Turkish men, leaving him free to attack other women over the following 2 decades. He was finally convicted after the Sunday Mail nailed him as a prime suspect in 2015. Look who it is. Lord Scott was announced as the inquiry's chair in April. The inquiry may only examine 8 years. Fucking hell! How did I know you were going to say that? I don't know why. Do you know what I think it is? It's something to do with me switching between the fucking, what do you call it? Something to do with me switching between the tabs. Batman, you're heavy milk train, man. Fucking beast. Lord Scott was announced as the inquiry chair in April, but a retired detective said the inquiry may only examine 8 years of events, leaving 11 years potentially unaddressed. So in other words, you can only examine the bit where we didn't fuck up, but see the bit where we did fuck up, we can't talk about it. Who polices the police? You ever heard that old saying, who guards the guards? Like, who polices the police? He said that Police Scotland had just as many, if not more, questions to answer than those involved in the original Strathclyde police investigation. Jerry Gallagher told the Sunday Mail, said it took 19 years for Packer to be convicted, but it seems Lord Scott may only examine 8 of them. To limit the inquiry to the actions of Strathclyde police seems willful, when Police Scotland have just as many questions to answer, if not more. Like, as if he's blaming, they're blaming 2 different, like, well, that was Strathclyde. It's like, so say I'm laundering money, right? So my last business, I liquidated it so that I could move the money somewhere else. And some cunt's bringing up something that happened in that company I liquidated, and I'd be like, that was that company, mate. This is this company. That's nothing to do with us. It's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fugazi, it's a fagoozy. Do you get what I'm talking about? So you're just escaping accountability at this point. But anyway, we must be told why Ian Packer was freed despite being such an obvious suspect while detectives went after the wrong men. This inquiry must also establish why, when the case against those men collapsed, detectives did not return for Packer. He said, Strathclyde police closed the file on that man, but Police Scotland, did I just read that right? Strathclyde police closed the file on that man, but Police Scotland kept it closed, and when forced to reopen it by the Sunday Mail, took another 9 years to put him in the dock. What is the point of an inquiry that will not tell us why? Good point. The family's lawyer, Amar Anwar, urged Ms Constance to review the terms of the inquiry to ensure the decisions of Police Scotland and the Crowners after 2013 were examined. Mr Anwar said previously, if this inquiry is to pursue the truth, then it must look not only at Strathclyde Police, but what happened when Police Scotland took over responsibility. I was about to use a term there, but I thought I better know. Same, different. It is inconceivable that the role of Police Scotland should not be looked at. He said, we know now Packer carried out rape, sexual offences and assaults many times after Emma's murder in 2005. There's a woman, Karen something, and I can't mind her second name. It's an unsolved murder for 1993. Hold on. Karen McGregor, right? That was the name. I just googled it, and I'm wondering, is this scumbag good for that? Fat man, you going heavy milk trail on me? Don't go milk trail on me, mate. Keep going heavy milk trail on us, man. Don't like it. For fuck's sake. Take it whoever fucking owns that paper, so we'll sell it. Where the fuck was that? Right, this is it. What? Can you, was that all black there? Right, so look at this. This is for January this year, too. So this is just say a year old. Map of murdered Scots women shines bleak light on killers who escaped justice. Pretty interesting article, if I'm being honest. Hold on. Batman, like that, what an absolute beast for me. Now look at this. Look at this map. This is maps. This map is unsolved murders of girls and women. And the killers have gone uncaught. I don't know why they're all colour coded. But I'm assuming it's not because the reds are all linked to the reds, the yellows are all the same person, blah, blah, blah. No, Psych, he kept telling me to take it off of me, didn't he want it, but I didn't know how to do it. And then when I don't see the point in spanners, to be honest, because like I don't mind like deleting comments myself. I don't mind seeing them. Do you know what I mean? I see them every day, man. Cunt right shit. No, but he did ask me to take it, and he was the only one that still had one. Fuck up, Batman, you wee fucking milk tray motherfucker. You love milk tray, don't you? Fucking steamer, man. But hold on. I would love a copy of this map. I want to know what all the colour pins are about. A map detailing the number of women murdered in Scotland has shone a bleak light on the often lenient and sketchy reasons their killers avoided justice. The shocking map details the deaths of over 1,000 women and girls across Scotland, sharing details and court reports from the period. The interactive Google map places markers on where the bodies were found and details the levels of violence faced by women through the 20th and 21st century. What are you doing? Put a lamp on or something? Sitting in the dark, what a weirdo. Why? I don't know how. That is a hell of a lot of unsolved murders, Janice. A lot of killers went free. Frightening, innit? Let's just have a look at that again. I'm going to screenshot that. So my bit's doing about here. Look there, see all that? This is all my bit. Two. There's two right on my doorstep. See that road there? I literally stay like right down for that. I think that's the road that's lit outside where I stay. It's somewhere like that. Or is this it? I'm not sure. Well, that's the road coming up for my bit, coming up for the main. But this is like the bit outside my window. So they're a couple right in my doorstep. Don't know what the green stands for, but let's check. Oh, fuck off. I thought there was no. Oh, what? Look, this guy's got a fucking hangway. I'm assuming it's as a guy. The map was created by Danny, who uses the handle at care2much18 on X. I'm going to look him up. See if he'd back on the channel maybe and talk about that. Had organised a similar match for Ireland and Wales. Brilliant. He told Glasgow Live he spent over 2,000 hours gathering the data after discovering no one had made a similar list before. He said, I started out just doing it for Ireland, mostly because when I went to try to find a list of women killed in Ireland, I discovered they weren't any reliable lists. Some murders are infamous and end up Netflix documentaries, but the reality is most murders get very little media attention and they're off the front page within a few days. And this is the thing. And it's the same with like a lot of terrorism, racism, and like whatever. It's like, see if it doesn't fit what the government are spouting at that time. It's like, so say like there's black prostitutes getting murdered. There's very little coverage, but then say it's white cheerleaders, it's like, so are the fucking news. You get what I'm talking about? That kind of thing. So what did they say his name was again? At Danny what? For fuck's sake. But I think these go way back. I think a lot of them go way back to like fucking way before what Bible John and all that. Oh, what? I just found them. Don't know if they'd want to come on, but staying a good time. A day a heavy, see people do things like that. Proud of them. Maybe give him a wee message later. Ask him what's up for coming on some point. But aye, so back to it. I thought it would be interesting to try to compile a list so victims' names, faces, and stories are kept alive. Most of the lists I came across were of recent decades or only mentioned high-profile murders in earlier decades. Danny added, I focus mostly on newspaper archives, inquests, and civil records for dates of death and birth and also marriage records, so I can give the maiden name of women murdered by their husbands. Basically, I try every avenue to try to get as many names as I can find. I still have hundreds of names on my list to add for Scotland. I want to see the ones where I stay, man. The map includes unsolved murders such as Bible John victims Patricia Docker, 25, Jemima MacDonald, 32, and Helen Puttock, 29, who were all killed in Glasgow in 1968 and 69 after visiting the Barrowland Ballroom in the city's East End. However, it also includes forgotten killings such as that of Ellen English Nellie Petrie, whose body was found on June 15th, 1956 by a bakery worker on West George Lane. Petrie's life was one tragedy, with her moving to Southport with her mother after her father was killed in the First World War. It's fucking shite, innit? She would move to Glasgow in 1952 after her husband and son were killed in an air raid on Liverpool docks during the Second World War, and married John Petrie, who passed away 2 years later in 1954. See, that's so sad. She moved here, her son and her husband were killed in the Second World War. She moved here, fresh start, boom, murdered. It's fucking sick, innit? How life could just turn it like that for somebody. Just makes me so, I don't know, makes me feel lucky that for all the problems that I have the life that I have. Like, I'm no rich, I'm no fucking staying in a mansion or whatever, but I've got a lot going for us, man, for where I was 10, 15 years ago, you know what I mean? So sad, man. So hold on. From here, she worked in low-paying jobs until the fateful night when she decided to visit a pub on the corner of Argyle Street and Carrick Street. The 48-year-old is believed to have met a man described as well-dressed, between 40 and 50 years old, medium height, with receding brown hair. Punters told police the pair were seen in an embrace after leaving the venue around 9 p.m. An hour later, at 10:20 p.m, her body would be found on a doorstep with her skirt lifted up and twisted around her waist and a mark carved into her leg. Detectives identified a man matching the description who had launched attacks against 2 other women in the weeks previously, which I was just going to actually say when I seen the bit mark carved into her leg. I was going to say that doesn't sound like a random, because there's a difference between an abuser and a predator. I think I explained before, when you look at the psychology of sex crimes, there is 2 categories, and one is like classed as a molester. Somebody like they could date once and then never date again, or somebody that abuses their niece or whatever, just about somebody that's like the fitness coach molesting one of the boys, whatever. But a predator is something altogether different. Like comparing, I'm trying to think. I don't know. Words escape me, you know. But as soon as I seen that, that's something you would see in a predatory behaviour, like carvings on flesh and shit. And we're talking about he's killed out within, so say they left at 9 p.m. So she's been funded just over an hour later. So if I had to make an educated guess, whoever killed her intended to kill her before they left that pub. Detectives identified a man matching the description who had launched attacks against 2 other women in the weeks previously, with him trying to slash the women's throats and carve the distinctive V marking. Officers spent weeks searching for the suspect but turned up little, and the case went cold 2 weeks later. Now this is pretty significant. See this carving, I would say that's a signature, because as opposed to MO and signature are 2 completely different things. An MO, or modus operandi, or method of operation, whatever thing you want to call it, is the way you commit a crime, how you commit the crime, what works, what doesn't work. But signature is like a psychological fingerprint on a crime. So I'll give you an example. Say I'm a housebreaker, right? Say I break into houses, and every time I break into a house, sorry, there's like a wee fucking fly or something that keeps flying past me. A wee midget or something. What was I saying? Aye. So say I'm a housebreaker, right? And every time I break into a house, I use a glass cutter, reach in, open the window, I steal jewellery. Every time I go in this house, I steal jewellery. But see, before I leave the house, in every house that I break into, I lay out women's clothing on the bed and shit on the carpet. That would be signature because you're there to steal the jewellery. You don't need to shit on the carpet and fucking lay out articles of clothing on the bed. You're getting some sort of psychological thrill out of that. It's like you don't need to do that in order to commit the crime. So that's as plainly as I'll say, like a serial killer who every time he gets a victim, he gets him in his van or his car, drives to a secluded location, ties the victims up, does say it's about grading them, whatever, but then, like you've just seen here, carving a V into the flesh, that would be signature because he doesn't need to do that. It's just something up there that's not right. So you get the gist. Look who it is. So this fucking scumbag, don't know if any know who this is. This is Peter Manuel. He actually committed a triple murder, like almost like right outside my front window. Oh, cheers, Janice. I think I've told my story, but it's, I don't know. My stepson was waiting to go up to court one of the days Tobin was there. Says it was fucking mental, the noise, everybody shouting and that. Yeah. That's what you do, but when you're in jail, right? So say, like, for talking sake, so we're all what you would call mainstream prisoners, people who are in for acceptable crimes, like shooting a drug dealer or fucking selling cocaine or whatever, getting caught with explosives or being in a bar fight, whatever, check fraud, whatever. But when somebody like Peter Tobin, Peter Manuel, if they're even, they would just, they can't, they go to something that's called protection. Now, in other countries, they call it protective custody, or they call it what? I think in England they call it what is it? Big Ricky Killeen always calls it the VP, vulnerable prisoners. But in Scotland, it's just called protection, with the exception of one prison that I've been in was Kilmarnock Prison, and it was called, so see, because the wing was H wing or H block, everybody called it Hector Hall. So to call somebody Hector in Scotland is an insult. Obviously, it can be used jokingly, but if you don't know the person, I would not advise addressing them as Hector. So that was why their hall was called Hector. H-wing, Hector Hall. So anytime, like, if any of them were Hingweed, it would be one of the Hectors. But they don't move the same as us, if you get me. They get, so when we're all walking about, going to education, going to visits, going to the gym, going to the sheds, whatever it is, they are all moved first. We're not moved at the same time because there would be stabbings and beatings every day, man. They would be mopping up people's teeth and blood and probably shit and piss when they shat and pissed themselves. So, and I don't think they need the paperwork. So, anytime there's a mass movement in a prison in Scotland, protections are not moved at the same time. So when you think it, wherever we're all gone, we're already locked in that section, that building, that room, so we can't get to any of them. They could be walking past a room I'm in and I can't get out and do anything. So sometimes you'll get the odd one that'll come up to the window and make faces and all that, but fuck's sake, your protection for a reason, innit? But anyway, so I'm the same. I want to know what's going on in people's heads, like what the fuck is up with you, innit? 1958 serial killer Peter Manuel, who was hanged in Bologna prison for the murder of 7 people, allegedly confessed to the murder of Ellen Petrie. However, while it is believed the sadistic rapist was responsible for more murders, his description did not match that of Petrie's killer, with him only being 29 at the time, and neither of the 2 survivors attacked recognised Manuel. For Danny, it isn't the unsolved murders that paint the bleakest picture of Scotland's shameful record on violence against women, but the sentences handed down by the courts. He added, it's not just the lenient sentences, but how many men didn't even go to prison, whether suspended sentences or probation. That there was also a lot of very sketchy reasons for being found unfit to plead and going directly to a mental hospital without trial. One of the most shocking could be that of Frances O'Hagan in 1981. The 17-year-old was beaten to death in Battery Park in Greenock after missing her period and being accused of lying about being pregnant. The judge ruled her partner had been provoked, a term under Scots law. He was given 3 years on the grounds of diminished responsibility. I cannot fucking believe I've just read that. I cannot believe that. I do know that in France there's a law of provocation under French law, right? And so basically, if you walked in on, say you killed a guy who you caught having sex with your wife, like literally caught in the act, you could use that defence. But I find this one absolutely fucking nuts. Like, beating to death a 17-year-old lassie because she missed her period and you accused her of lying about being pregnant, and you got 3 years for that. What the fuck, man? Is this the lassie here? No, it's a different lassie, man, but that's nuts. I might try and look that up. Who's this fucking looker? Looks like something like a horror film, doesn't it, man? That man, you there? Controversially, Scots law allows for people like you. Oh, fuck up you, you fucking inbreed. People like you. I can't believe that. So, the mother of 3, Marilyn McKenna on Abel Street on September 5th, 1998 would bring the law under the spotlight. McKenna was struck 10 times with a hammer in a frenzied assault by ex-partner Stuart Drury after claiming he lost it after seeing another man come out of her house. Drury, who never accepted the relationship had ended, was convicted of the murder in 1999 but appealed the decision under the defence of provocation. How are you provoked if you see a guy coming out of her house? But you stalking all, you fucking weirdo. Oh, man. Arse is getting fucking square. But where were we? The BBC reported at the time that Lord Kirkwood said that if the degree of violence used was disproportionate to the provocation, then the defence plea could not succeed. But the appeal judges said that if an accused could establish, where was that? The jury consider whether or not, but the appeal judge said that if an accused could establish there was a relationship where he could expect sexual faithfulness, then a different test should apply. The jury should consider whether the accused had lost self-control and whether an ordinary person provoked in this way would have been likely to react in the same fashion. The jury did not accept the claims in the retrial. I think that's meant to say retrial. And Drury would be reconvicted, during which he would try and cut his own throat in the dock, but was unsuccessful. What an absolute fucking loser of a man. And I use that term lightly. "2 years for man who killed his wife." Here, Batman, you still in the chat? Getting it tight. Here, Janice, I do believe Tobin took a lot to the grave. You ever seen his fucking... You ever seen his niece? That Jade Jackson. You ever seen her, man? Oofed. That is nuts. So see that Rutherglen Road, that's no far for me. What year was this? Gorbals. Danny, who posted the map to Reddit, added provocation in the legal sense of the word between the 1920s and the 1990s, including stuff like girl laughs at boy for poor sexual performance, wife abandons husband, e.g. breaks up with him due to domestic violence, wife doesn't do housework or cook dinner, woman flirts with man in front of boyfriend. Some of those involved a jury or judge accepting a man's word for it. I know all of that is completely deranged, but hundreds of men got away with murder with a defence of legal provocation and ended up serving only a few years for manslaughter in Ireland, Wales and England, or coupled with homicide in Scotland. I want to stop right here and say, did you know that in places like Pakistan, a woman gets charged if she is raped? She gets charged with having sex. She can also be charged if she's raped. See, if she's raped by a married man, she is stoned to death for infidelity. How can she be charged with infidelity when she's not the one that's married? You see how backwards these cunts are, mate? How many people... Say we took that map and put it on Pakistan or India, right? How many people do you think have killed women and got away with it? I believe in India as well. See, if a woman gets raped, right, they banish her for the family or something because they see her as like, or they kill her because she's like damaged goods. Why not go and kill the rapist? Is what I want to know. Aye. Reddit users shared their own stories and shock at cases, with one user writing, "Good stuff. Important people pay more attention to violence towards women. It's so commonplace we don't ask ourselves enough questions about what sort of society we want to be." Like, to me, right, somebody who has see somebody who beats up their women, who thinks women are just there to like cook, clean, see all that misogynistic shit, like that just, as Batman would say, rips man in. there's only one answer to that. It's a claw hammer at the back of the head or a ball peen hammer right half his head, mate. Sort your head out. And then to have the absolute temerity to go into court and try and cut his own throat after he got found guilty again. Like, to me, you're just the epitome of a eunuch. You know what a eunuch is? It's an animal, it's nae balls. You're just nae balls, mate. You were born without nuts. See, if a woman doesn't want you anymore, deal with it, mate. Be a fucking man. Do you know what I mean? And actually, do you know what? I actually find that infuriating as well as disheartening, that when you see it, know that I can think of any off the top of my head. But see, like, if you see like a woman who's dead meek and quiet and shit, and it's because of the male, like that, I think that's just, it's so sad. But at the same time, a submissive woman, I don't, me personally, I don't find that attractive. Don't like a woman that's dominating either, but I definitely do not like, I don't mean I don't like it, I mean, I don't find that attractive. Don't know why I had to say that, but aye, he's always in there, mate. Or Dr. Marsha Scott, CEO of Women's Aid Scotland, said, throughout history, the murders of women and children, especially in the context of domestic abuse, have attracted some media attention, but very little serious response from Scotland's so-called justice system. What you eating now? Where was I? Where was this, Janice? Was this in Pakistan? I think it's called the Hudud law, Hudud ordinances or some shit. I actually read it in a book written by one of the Bhuttos, it's called Songs of Blood and Sword. I actually read it in Low Moss. It was pretty interesting. Aye, see in Pakistan, man, you could get away with anything like that, I think. And you've got to think to yourself, how many women are there has this happened to, but are too scared to speak up? Do you get what I'm talking about? Anyone wishing to view Matt can do so here. Boom. Here we go. Go to Matt. Femicide in Scotland, so far it's like 1922 to 2002. Here we go. Oh, this is just amazing to me, and I know it's going to sound weird, but maps and murders, like, brilliant. My fortes. Now look, this is fantastic. Oh, brilliant. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is fucking amazing, man. Can I not save this? Can you not, like, download this? Oh, this is fucking brilliant, man. Right, now I can see, where's my bit? Wow, we're one right up there. Wonder who this was. 1928. Eleanor Ina Torrance, 22. Jeez, oh. Killed by stranger John Daly, 1928. So I can actually see this wind turbine. Is it here? I can see that from my window. This is like my neck of the woods. I know people say, oh, you're doxing yourself, but I don't really give a fuck, mate. No being funny or just angry, just come to my door, mate. You might end up on the map. Eleanor lived at Windrig Cottage, Kilmarnock, and was engaged to be married later in the summer of 1928. On the evening of July 7, 1928, she went for a stroll with her fiancé in Calfkin Braes, as the weather was very nice. John Daly was on a train home from the shooting range, travelling westwards on the Lanarkshire to Ayrshire line. Sorry to scratch my fucking shoulder. He started shooting at crows in the direction of Calfkin Road from the window of the train. One of the bullets ricocheted off a lamppost and hit Eleanor. Despite best efforts of nurses and doctors, Eleanor died in the Victoria Infirmary at 2:20 AM on July 8th. Fuck Victoria Infirmary. Been there a few times, man. But so this is just a fucking idiot, right? This is just an idiot shooting a fucking gun out of a train, right? No to excuse it, no to downplay it or whatever, just saying, to me, this just sounded like when I looked at it, I thought it was going to be like he was walking through there and fucking like abducted her and took her up there or something. Right, so there's a couple on cat. Fuck, what are the ones in Castlemilk, man? Who's this? I don't know any of these ones. See, this is brilliant, man. Aye, it did sound accidental, but obviously not trying to doubt, like, somebody lost her life, man. She was got to get engaged. Right, so check this. Elizabeth Mullen, 1960. Nobody held responsible. Her husband, Henry Daniels, was acquitted of murder on September 16th, 1960. She married Henry in 1925. They were living in Lenny Hall Terrace, Castlemilk. Elizabeth was attacked by her husband June 18th and died 2 days later in Victoria Infirmary, Glasgow. So how the fuck did they walk for it? Wait a minute. Sounding a bit fusty, man. I'm sure there's been a few murders in Castlemilk because I used to go. My auntie stayed up this way somewhere. Homebuyer. Where's Homebuyer? Down here. So my auntie stayed on this street here. These are all new houses now. Back then, if any of you have ever seen there's a video of me, right? Well, a video that's on my channel. And there's me, my brother, and in between the both is my older cousin. It's like an old photo. It's for like the 1980s. Me and my brother are wearing identical clothing, like navy blue, like jackets with a grey jumper with a red stripe. That photo was actually taken in this street, Homebuyer Road, because my cousins lived here. This used to be like Closes, they were called. But I'm sure there was a lassie that was murdered around here in the 80s, and I don't know if anybody ever got caught for that. Her name was Christine something. Can't mind her second name. Right, so that's no a pin. Was this it? Jean Finlayson. Jeez, oh. Jean Finlayson. Murdered by son's friend John Campbell and George Cleland, 14 and 15. They stole just under £40 from Jean in the robbery and stabbed her 20 times. Asked why they sexually assaulted, robbed and murdered Jean, they told police that they were bored. Wow, man. Wonder whatever happened to them if they got out or not. 1975, fuck. Nuts. So who's this? Elaine Stewart, 1989. Murdered by ex-boyfriend James Martin. Elaine lived at 15 Stana Lane Street, Kilmordred, and was murdered at her ex-boyfriend's house at 83 Galloway Drive, Rutherglen. Jeez. I remember this. I remember seeing this in the telly. So I had a cousin that stayed in this road. Fuck me, man. It's mental, innit? Chemical, how we doing? Janice, take care. See you later. Aye, Chemical, I agree with you, mate. What you been up to? Just looking at this map of female violence in the past 80 years or some shit. 3 years for culpable homicide they got. He'll be well out, mate. Wow. Madness. That was that name I had to remember. So there was a guy who committed murders where I live close by, and had it basically states here Elizabeth Ann Walton, 49, this was 1982, murdered by serial killer Ian Schooler. Now there's a name that not a lot of people know, and to be honest I couldn't even remember his name, but apparently he's meant to be out. Elizabeth had lived at 68 Stewart Drive, Cambuslang, and worked as a nurse, walking home from the train station when she was attacked and murdered by Ian Schooler. So how is that the only one on the map? But aye, Chemical, I agree with you, mate. Again. Morning, Mirren. Dundee, you say? Oh, what? Right, so what is this one? Aye, that was him as well, Catherine McCord. So look how close they are. Right, so we had that. Margaret Cunningham, Margaret 58. Then boom. This might be one. Batman, you see this? Yeah, wee tube. OG's in hiding, is he? Fuck it, happens to the best days, doesn't it? Chemical, that's mad you're saying that. I met somebody in Berlin who told me Fred West worked on a ice cream van in Glasgow, and I can't remember what bit of Glasgow it was. I'd be lying if I said I remembered. Batman, check this one. I found Batman. I've pulled that map up with all the murders on it, all the unsolved murders and other murders. And check this one. I found up your bit. Right in Cranhill Park, mate. Right, look. So this is Cranhegel. Up by Cranhegel. Don't start taking right there, mate. You'll need to fucking start heavy fucking run for me, so you will. Kidding on, mate, but look. So look, murder there. Who's this? Laney Foy, 2013. Murdered by stranger Tracy Meikle. Then we have Margaret McClenahan, 74-year-old, murdered in 1997. Fuck's sake, she was in a coma for a year before she died. And then we have Hannah Smith. Right, so there's a few murders up your bit, mate. Only one of them's unsolved. This one's unsolved, mate. You're up there getting it tight. Psychic, I heard that as well. I don't know how true it is because I've not really researched the Fred West case in that much detail. But how chemical when was this you were up there? Mate, stick him up with me, mate, you'd have been alright. Psychic, man, do you know what? I've actually got a fucking encyclopedic memory for a lot of true crime. Batman, you get chased out of Bell Rock, what you shouting about? Remember, who was that cunt I had to go and pull up for you, mate? Sorry, I'm just texting somebody. That Gene Campbell case, I know, 2013, that's not even that long ago. Cranhill Park. Ah, that's shocking, isn't it? 53. Paul Ward, 21, deemed not to be the murderer after a Lord Matthews examination of facts hearing at the High Court in Glasgow in the absence of a jury. Why would you even need to put that in there? Does that even make sense? I'm going to kill this fucking thing. It is, isn't it? Absolute shame, man. Especially when it's unsolved. But man, I'm gonna find your gaff. Where is it, you wee pedo? Bellrock Street. I'll be right, you man. You for this street, aye. Get this wee cunt. Fuck's that? It's a big street, mate. Is it all been done up now? Is it all they fucking back in front doors, mate? See that one? What? Nobody held responsible. Her husband was acquitted of murder on May 5th, 1989. His defence was he merely intended to frighten his wife with the knife, then slipped on a record sleeve and accidentally stabbed her in the chest. Mate, that wouldn't even pass the fucking laugh test, mate. Fuck's sake, look how pretty she is, I know. Dr. Ifat Kamal, right? Died December 20th, 2008, murdered by husband Nabil Khan. See what I mean? Pardon Khan, my friend. Appeal verdict quashed, replaced with 5 years imprisonment for culpable homicide. What the fuck? Wow, she was a pathologist who worked at 9 Miles Hospital and was a well-liked member of staff here. She's actually a good-looking woman, if I say so myself. See what I mean? I'm not that racist, am I? Her husband served 10 months in prison before being paroled, which led to a family calling the Scottish justice system a joke. I would like to click on that link and actually read more into that case. It just says she was attacked. If that's home address that she died at was not disclosed, that's a shame, man. I think we all know what that's about. They don't like being spoken back to, man. Know what I mean? Beautiful little woman, man. A shame. Page not found. Jeez, oh. 1969. It's mad how somebody just sat and heavy collated all this data together in it. Where was Monsda? Whereabouts was, what bit of Dundee was that? Jeez, oh, murdered his ma. Dundee's not that big, is it? Hazel Finn. See this, I was got to say that, not how I knew that name. Because I'm sure this scumbag was in Carstairs when I was there. I never met him because he was in like a bit where it was like fucking see like what we were talking about earlier with protections and shit. Aye, he's one of the ones, so never got to see him or whatever. But this was the 60s, so I went there in 2000, so you're talking a good while. So this was in Lockheed. That's where everybody calls the axe girl. That's where she's face psychic. Have you heard of this case? Do you know him? Because I remember I was in Pullman with a boy. He was called Finney because that was his second name, but it's like spelled Phin. I'm not sure what do you mean in the coal bunker. She was on her way home from school when she went missing. Last seen getting off the school bus at 4:30. Her worried parents went looking for it at 5:30 as it was unheard of for her to call home by 5. Hazel was abducted and murdered in Toner's house at 4 Lawn Street. But I always remembered this for the papers. 2 seconds. So what was the name of the one with the coal bunker? Oh my God, killed his 8-month-old Wayne. Get 12 years. What the fuck? That just fucking is man nothing. Right, the coal bunker. Here it's here. So was that another one? So I know it was written that way. Hold on. Catherine Miller, 29. Died on date unknown between December 2778 and January 4th, 1979. Murdered by Robert Christopher Moan, aka Sonny. So his name was Robert as well. Life imprisonment for the triple murder of Angus Waugh, Jane Simpson and Catherine Miller. Kathleen, Agnes and Jane's bodies were found at 2B Kinghorn Road. Christopher Moan was the father of Carstairs serial killer Robert Moan, who had the misfortune of coming across in prison. Mikey, what's happening? We're looking at a map of murdered women from 1922 to 2022. It was somebody who made this map and put it on Twitter. I think the guy is involved in like battered women and shit. Because I looked up unsolved female murders and this big map came up, so thought I would fucking could go something to eat, man. Could go a takeaway. Get chicken pakora in the fridge. No, but it's like me hit the mega on cheese, man. End up getting that Batman to walk down with a fucking plate of, what do you call it? Paquete di Manzo. Love that. So, in 67, Robert Moan took hostages at John's Height. I wonder, so the murder that he did should be on this map because he killed the teacher. Her name was Nanette Hansen. But the dad was stabbed to death in prison in 1983 while his son Robert Moan is Scotland's longest serving prisoner. Well, laddie fucking da. Your son's a scumbag, mate. He should be joining you in hell. Cunt. When you click on them, what? Oh, what? Jeez, oh, Dorothy Wood. And they were committed by serial killer John Henry Gallagher, who was committed to Broadmoor for a double murder in England and no extradition. So I've never even heard of this. This is madness. Like, I need to start actually like taking photos of this shit so that I can do videos on it, because I've never even heard of that case. Jesus Christ. So it's a double murder. Nobody was held responsible for the double murder of Dorothy and her husband, Dr. Alexander Wood. So they would have been pretty low risk victims, if you get me. So you will, Batman. No, mind you used to feed me grapes and strawberries in the jail. Remember? Aye, psychic eyes. So the Moans. Aye. No, Mikey, it's like it's the whole of Scotland. Watch this. What? Lockerbie air disaster, so it's the only black pin. Fuck me, mate. Jeez, look at that, man. That is insane, innit? Did you see all the victims there? No, psychic, I'm kidding on, fuck's sake. Turn it up, you. It's a joke. It's like, that's the humour we have. Like, he just said, I said, I'm hungry, I'm going to get Batman to walk down with a plate of Paquete di Manzo, and he said, I'll put the plate on your head, and I says, no, remember, you used to fucking feed me strawberries in the jail. Just in case you thought it was, you get cunts, I think it's serious, but then start trying to join in, they don't know any cunt, know what I mean? Can't do that. No good. Right, where am I going now, man? Glasgow's parking with him. Who in Faz Lane? Esther Bendel, 1973. Nobody held responsible. She was a retired school teacher from Colchester Travelled up to Galway Head to look after her friends' dogs and cats while they were on holiday in the USA. The owner of the cottage was Dr. Ewan Cameron, a surgeon at Vale of Leven Hospital. Roy Myatt, 18 years old, was acquitted of murder on October 15, 1973. So look at Faz Lane, HMS Neptune and shit. Always intrigued me, that place. So see this bit here? That's where all that'll be, like, or the subs and all that'll be in here. Know what I mean? Well, they should be, because that is a submarine base. Know what I mean? Wonder if that is it. You can actually get this train right to it. I might go up there for a Stoke one day in the summer. Do a wee vegan, take Batman, I walk up the hills or something. Keep it tight. Batman, you talk pure shagite, mate. No, Sunday purchase. Sunday purchase. Yeah, fucking weirdo. Christopher, you eating that chicken pakora? Are you eating that chicken pakora? What make is it? Some hoarding coat. How? How you want fucking own or something? That's what you're asking for? How? Want the chair, don't you? Harry! John Broom, 2003. Jeez. Stabbed to death, man. Fuck me, mate. 18-year-old lassie, man. What is happening out there? Cunts are getting away with shit, lads. It's no good. $19. Murdered by friend Michael McAlpha, 57. 19, he's 57. He's a friend. What the fuck's going on here? Christopher, how about you want this chair? Don't know what he's saying, but that. What do I have a do on that, man? Because mine they were unsolved and the police were saying there wasn't a serial killer. Denny's member. Aye, psychic. Batman couldn't, he was at, I had to like coax him out because he was actually scared to come out and all that. And I ended up fucking, I'm wondering if this was Packer. Interesting. Because Carl McGregor is one of the names. Where was she found? I'll find it. I wanted to do a video. Did I not do this? Somebody got in touch with me about that. $1934, fuck me, mate. Where was the Carl McGregor? Prudence. Killed by her father, fuck's sake. Senator Castells. Saying nothing, mate. Christopher. Admonished. What do you mean? Batman phone me? I don't know what you're talking about. Batman know what they phone me and I'll put you in loudspeaker. And you can talk me through this. You can walk me through it. You can be like my Watson. I'll be Sherlock Holmes, you'll be Watson. Elementary, my dear Watson. Remy Cartwright. I know that name. Are you there? Batman. What do you mean, mate? This is your thing here with this Matt. Your game, mate. I'm going to end up punching the big right half you, you wee fucking milk tray fuck. You phone us or what? You wee fucking pile of fucking dog meat. You're heavy milk tray, Batman. You fucking stolter, man. Alright, Paul, we're still on. My Wayne's greeting for a shot of his seat, I think. Well, it's his seat in it, but. Fuck's sake, man. Yeah, I'm sure I know him for the jail. Or bumped into him, or I'm sure I know that name, I just don't know how I know it. It's that second name, Cartwright. Batman, you jumping up here, just gotta keep out that fucking. Exactly, mate. This is what I'm telling you, and you're acting like a fucking bag of milk tray, man. I've made you. So what you're saying is you think I should do this, but how do I do this wee bit at the side with the fucking that? Do you know what? Maybe that cunt could help us. What's he's cutting? Psychic. She's from Dundee. This lassie, right? She came to Glasgow and got murdered off her flatmate Gary Stevenson. She was from Broughty Ferry, was living in a flat in Minto Street, Govan. Gary Stevenson murdered her for refusing to have sex with him. Fuck me, mate. Gary, you're not in a fucking shotgun, wouldn't he sort it, mate? Shit, did I just say that out loud there? Didn't mean that. Hear it when they give you a case like this, look. Annie Irvine, 59, 1974. Unsolved notes. Annie's murder was described as, quote, ghastly and bestial, and more than 100 detectives were assigned to the case. Is that all you got for us? That 100 cops. What the fuck did you do to her body, you fucking rat fuck? Know what I mean? That's just, he's just somebody that's just went ape shit, man. And but how's it for them again? Batman, you there? Is that a good area? Psychic, is it? So Paul, the colours on the any I think red's for like people who were caught killing these lassies, and yellows for fucking cunts that get halfway, and red's for, see, like greens for people who did whatever, I don't know, there's, but I think red's, there's colour coded for that, aye mate. Paul Park, Diane McInally, right, so that was one of the 7. She was, Country Park. Her body was fun. Diane was one of 7 sex workers murdered in Glasgow between 1991 to 1998. So that was the time frame, and I remember all this because I was only a wee boy at the time, and I remember like thinking this has got to be a serial killer. But apparently the police are saying it's no. But I do believe a couple of them are linked. I don't believe all of them are linked, but I believe some of them are. 23-year-old man. I want to find where this Callum McGregor one was. I think there's a possibility that is which he's cutting. Parker. Batman needs to stop acting like a fucking weirdo. Paul, it's alright, man. It's fucking cunt's a beast, mate. End of, man. He's a what do you call it? A megalomaniac. Just power drunk. Absolutely power drunk, mate. I watched it. I finished watching it today. It was my pal told me to watch it. Did you like it, Psychic? Aye. That wee beast Batman trying to phone us and then patching the phone fucks all out of it. Heavy shite house, man. You're on loudspeaker.
What's the bottom line?
Bottom line is your milk tray.
Is that all you phoned me for?
No, you phoned me. I thought I was asking you what did you mean by that comment? This is you with the mat.
I not use it, that's it, bro. You get content.
Right?
You fucking beast.
Right?
You'll be on that somewhere.
No,
You've probably done a lot of it.
No, mate, no me, mate. I was probably in jail when mysteries happened.
Nah, I know you're fucking type.
No, I know your type, mate.
Get off my
Fuck it, you're acting like a pure beast, mate.
Sort it out, mate. You should get that shit sorted with the camera and all.
Mate, fuck you, your camera. You absolute fucking sex offender. Cause you're heavy milk tray, mate.
You get your boy sorted and all.
Shut up, my boy will fly kick fuck out you wee midget.
Get off my phone.
Right, get off my phone, you wee gimp.
Base.
Yeah, he's a hammer, I'm doing him. Here, fucking beast, he know to hang up there, mate. He was getting it tight. You fucking evil midget. Let's let Joe fucking Pesky, didn't he, man? So look at this one. 2012, I was going to say 2012 there. Retard. Lockheed's as I didn't think I thought that was like the Bronx Dundee, is it? No. See, this was a weird one. I remember this, but I don't remember hearing who was found guilty for it. So this is actually quite interesting. I'm sitting going around this map and finding hundreds of content for like videos, research and shit. I wonder where that fucking dafty Hangman is. What's his name? uh, Drew Wallace, Mary Glancy, if anybody's getting bored of this, just say BAE Systems, you know what they do, don't you? Oh. Not been there in a while. Not been to a game for about fucking 2 years or something, man. Doesn't look like I'm missing much, to be honest. Is it, psychic guy? Dundee. Do you know Ashley Mackay? Psychic. She's got a brother Darren. They were nuts, man. I was in the young offenders with them. Well, Kello with Ashley, and they were always in the newspapers, man. When I was young. What bit of Dundee with Effie? Mad Darren Mackay, man. I think they had an older. It was an older brother. I can't remember. I'm wondering how I can't find that one where Jeff can be exposed, man. I cannot find that anywhere, man. No, it was governed somewhere. Pete Road. It's mental, innit? This thing's mental, man. I think Christopher's heavy itching to get this chair off me to fucking plays PS. I remember that. I'm sure I know a lassie who knows who know the parents of this young lassie. No, it's a shame, man. Aye, psychic, aye, he's off his head, man. He was doing all sorts of mad shit. I think they were doing it together, but you know. Fucking Bonnie and Clyde, man. Sister was good looking, I know. I was in Kellow, well. She's crazy, man. Just find her as a fucking... Imagine sitting being able to do this, but this is something. How would you go about doing it, look? I want to learn his trick, because this is right up my street. She's sitting going through a Google map. I've got Google Maps. Like, see, like, for, what mind I was doing the fucking the jail tours, like virtual jail tours and shit. Got like all the Aberdeen ones. A lot of diminished responsibilities, man. Never been to Aberdeen. I wonder how there's no ferry connection between Aberdeen and Norway. Like, that's too far. It's a shame, man. Poor lassie, man. 17-year-old club feet. She gets murdered, man, by her ex-boyfriend. Scumbag, man. Stabbed her to death. That was a quite a notorious case. Somebody asked me to do a video on that, but I couldn't remember anything about it. Janice, it's not that I'm short of content. I just get brain fog because there's that much shit you can't see the fucking wood for the trees. Interesting comment, Mitchell. When you say they have been talking about it for 10 years but never went through it, are you talking about Norway or are you talking about Scotland? Psychic, I've seen Don't Fuck With Cats. Somebody in America actually sent me, see the video of him dismembering that body, that Chinese, I think the victim was for China or some shit. He was a fucking psycho, that cunt. He's a mad gay guy, what's his name? Luca Magnotta or some shit. Right, Mitchell, Norway. I'd love to go to Norway, man. So, in fact, see when I first started my channel, a Scottish guy that stays in Norway actually fucking messaged me on something. I do like Google Earth, man. It's amazing. Double murder suicide. Who was the guy? Remember, it was in that Berlin fucking thing, and he murdered his missus. I think he murdered the Wayne or no. Fuck, leisure centre, where's there a pin on that? There's a lot of these that are, when they're being sentenced, they're being sent to Carstairs as well. Isn't it? I just don't get they can't see what kill their girlfriends or their wives because they leave them. I just think you're an absolute pussy, man. You used to work in Norway, Mitchell? Whereabouts? Bergen, Oslo, where? Or none of the above? Fuck, mind that. I was in with him, that big Phil. Mad, I've never thought to do a video of that. Big fair girl, man, that'll be right. Just mate, I bumped him at a few quid, but know that condones it. I think she was wearing her head. Right in her head, man. So this is relatively spit it out, relatively recent. Fucking scumbag. Stabbed on the chest and it was our 13-year-old wee boy. Had to phone for an ambulance, man. See somebody like that. You just need a fucking mallet to the skull, mate. Stavanger, Ambergen. Did you learn any Norwegian? Never even heard of that murder, man. It's a shame. It's horrible, mate. I see something, this man, I'll tell you that. Murdered half your brother, what the fuck, man. There's a lot of these ones that are found like unfit to plead and sent to mental hospitals as well. Jeez, man. Fucking crazy, this map, innit? Catherine McCall. Christopher, what's up? You want to play your PS? What? I'm on a live, aye. I was going to say if you want, I can start. I've been on for nearly 4 hours anyway. If you want yourself here, I thought you wanted yourself. So that's when I'm going to be done. Not. All right. But how much weight I've put on this year, mate? It's fucking disgusting. Too much beer and takeaways. No, yeah. No. But I found look, this is a map of women that alright, well yeah. Gotta show you this, but aye. Might need to keep a hold of that, I know, because that's actually near to me, so these will do for other videos. But I need to get in about this. It's brilliant, mate. I've got Google Earth shit, but it's like just what do you call it? See, like where infamous crimes have happened, the pins on it and all that shit. Because it's good to see where it happened in that as well, I think, because, well, especially for me, it gives me a kind of flavour or it gives me an insight into where something happened, which when you're trying to picture it is a big help. Do you know what I mean? Six years, fuck's sake, man. It's mad when you get back to the ones at like 1953. So like here another one, killed by her son, Carl Stairs, due to paranoid schizophrenia. Fuck me, man. Do you know where the fuck we are here? Aye, this is interesting. See, check out the island there, look. They on there. Then I can't even stein that. Look, helipad. Fuck me, mate. Robert Stevenson's lighthouse. Shows fuck's sake. Right now. Got to show up again, fuck's sake. Robert Stevenson's lighthouse, aye, that would be. I think that would be interesting to go and see that, man. Look at that. That looks amazing. How do you get to that? I do think I'd like to go and see this. I wouldn't be there long, but look, wee picnic table. Imagine staying in that for a week. Don't know if I could handle a week in that. But I'd, like, see, the older I'm getting, the more I'm liking shit like this. Know what I mean? Crazy, innit? Robert Stevenson's lighthouse. I wonder if it was in a book or something where he actually was there. Do you know what I mean? But I think that's interesting. Bathhouse. So what is that? So it's on that island. Isle of May Nature Reserve. Fuck me, man. You'd probably be able to fucking. Oh, this looks minted. So it does. I could do that. Aye, psychic, I'd agree with that. Some things are thrust upon you, but that you need to deal with. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like that shit with my brother. Like I do want a quiet life and all, but then mind a couple of weeks ago I was going to the shop. Some cunt was fucking batting my bra. And I hadn't spoke to my bra for ages. Know what I mean? 1946, fuck's sake, unfit to plead by reason of insanity. Henry was diagnosed with insane jealousy and unfit to plead. Jealousy isn't a recognised mental illness in 2024. It's an emotion. Aye, what was it? Was it classed as a mental illness back then? Aye, psychic, 100%, mate. Oh, jeez. There's one that was executed. So what we giving it up this dyro? Oh, I need to get something like this sorted out, man. This is too fucking good. I need to learn how to make shit like this. Then get tight. Get fucking tight. And a miscarriage of justice one. I wonder where these other ones are. See the English ones and shit. '93. Oh, da fuck's sake, 5-year-old. Cunt needs his knees smashed like eggs, mate. And his elbows. What is wrong with cunts, mate? Well, obviously I've lost the plot a couple of times, right? But I know I would never be in any sort of mental state or any sort of situation, emotional or mental, where I would consider murdering my kid, my kid's mum, a baby, like my bird because she dumped me. Oh, fuck off, man. That is just the epitome of weakness to me, man. People leave you all the time, deal with it. People leave me all the time. I've got to the point where I like being on myself. I like being myself all the time. It's a bit strange. Like when I'm older, I want to be that guy. Like you never see him digging in, you never see him digging out. You just see like a light on and all that. Fucking see like the spooky old guy that all the Waynes thinks he's haunted and all that. Aye, I want to be that cunt. Where are we? John O'Groats fucks it. At Moon, where's fucking Dingway, what's he's cutting? Where's Arlene? Mary Dugan, 1960. Why is that a fucking on? Am I missing something? Banff. Fuck's sake, they had murders in Banff. Try to find Arlene Fraser. Who remembers that case? He was in shots when I was in that, Fraser. Definitely think something fusty about that case. Heavy fusty, man. I'm trying to find the fucking place at Elgin. Usually I know where to find shit. Big RAF base up here. Is that it? Probably, innit? Airfield. RAF Lossiemouth bounce mad. It's how you can just spot shit. Cause of the shape. Right, where's fucking Elgin, mate? Fraserburgh, do you know that's where Dennis Nielsen was brought up? Fraserburgh. Here. Mental, innit? Right, fuck's sake, I can't find this anywhere. Who psychic? Nat Fraser? No, I think he got about fucking 4 retrials, I think. I cannot find Elgin on this map. What is going on? It's up here. There it's there. Right, boom. Boom, got it. Right. Moss of Barmuckety. Sounds nice. Moss of Barmuckety. Right, is this where Halloween's died? Smith Street, Elgin. Ali lived at 2 Smith Street, New Elgin, with her children Jamie and Natalie. Believed to have been murdered at home, her body has never been found. Husband was on bail for attempted murder of Arlene at the time she disappeared. Later convicted of murder and conviction upheld on appeal. See, this is a thing, right? He was in the same hall as me in Shorts when I went to see what's called the NIC, the National Induction Centre. He actually served the food. He was actually on the hot plate. I never used to speak to him, but every time he walked by me, he would always say hello. And I know there is documentaries and shit out there about this case. I'll need to try and cover it and give you my uneducated opinion. So for what I know about it, the new right, I know that she disappeared. There was something to do with rings that were there that were, when they searched the house, they weren't there, but then they looked at the photos and they were there or something. I can't remember. Sorry for yawning. Oh, fuck. But it's Batman, like a wee beast toys fucked off, isn't he? But what was I saying? Aye. So apparently 3 of them were charged with it, right? There was Nat Fraser, there was Hector Dick, and there was this other cunt. Can't mind his name. And she's just vanished into thin air. Now, when you look at how remote this place is, well, when I say remote, what I mean is it's the far north of Scotland. It's fucking right out the road, full of farms, places you can hide shit. And I believe that Hector Dick, who turned Queen's evidence on that Fraser, I do believe that I think he knows shit. I think he's probably fed her to pigs or something, mate, buried her somewhere. It's a fair shout. But that is one of the most well-known murders in the country, to be honest. I remember, so 1998, I would have been, 16? I was in Kellow at that time, starting a 4-year sentence in 1998. So she died in April 98. I was sentenced in like March the 6th. So when you think about it like that, that's how I think about shit. I know that sounds mad, but it's almost kind of like an artistic way I think about it. It's like, where was I when that was happening? And then I go back to what my life was like then, and then try and think about what was happening in her life. How did it get to a point where a 33-year-old woman, mother of 2 kids, has disappeared? I do believe there was domestic abuse going on, 100%. And I don't know where he is now, if he's out or still in jail. In fact, I think he is still in jail. But for what I've heard and seen, In fact, I think I seen it in the documentary about him. It was quite, excuse me, it was quite the Jack the Lad in the town and all that shit. So that ties in with the glimpse of official charm, if you get what I'm talking about, the psychopathy checklist. I'm not saying the guy's a psychopath, but it's definitely something mental about that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Mental, mate. I think he got Craig Houston's just done a stream an hour ago, the Bondi Beach terror attacker. So one of the here, see the guy with the fruit and vest on. Apparently, there's reports coming out saying he's a Muslim, right? So what I want to say is, if that is true, big shout get out to you, mate, because you're the type of Muslim I want in my country, mate. You're not trying to convert people. You're not trying to fucking incite violence. You're just living your life, and then you've took a shotgun off one of your so-called brothers and no emptied it in him. I would have shot him just to see if the gun worked, to be honest, mate. It's not as if he's a fucking citizen, is it? But knowing me, I'd probably be the cunt getting charged with it, know what I mean? Like what? Fuck. But I would go and I'm going to watch that later, in fact, because I know he does do a good. I just don't know how to do research on YouTube. Like, I'm still fucking buying books off fucking Amazon and shit. Mate, I've not got the time to sit and do this all the time, like, because I need to study books. I need it in here so that I don't need to read it anymore. I've got it. Do you get what I mean? That's why I reread books. And I've got that many books. I've not got the time to fucking sit and pure. Do you know what I mean? It's sitting, like, because you need to analyse it. I don't know how many times there's one book I have, right? I've probably read this about 100 times, right? And I remember seeing the jail. Every time my pal came into my cell, he used to do that. You fucking read that again? Like, it was always right next to my bed. Zodiac Unmasked, the book is, because I had read, see, what do you call it? The first one where they don't identify any of the suspects. So this was a very intriguing case, the Zodiac case, one of the most well-known cases out. It's like an unsolved serial killer case. I'm sure most of these have probably heard it. Very, very interesting case. And I do believe that if any have watched the one on Netflix, which is what's his name? It's called This Is the Zodiac Speaking or some shit. It's all about a guy called Arthur Lee Allen, who I believe is the Zodiac killer. Like, there's that much circumstantial evidence pointing at him that it's no circumstantial anymore, mate. Like, just because there's no DNA, it's like, oh, but that's the smart thing he done. So when he was sending letters to the police, it was like he was getting somebody else to lick the envelope or whatever. But see, the funny thing is, what you don't know about envelopes, right? When you lick an envelope shut, you don't need to lick it. You could just wet it. You can just get a bit of water on your finger and just wet it, and it'll still seal. Don't ask me how I done that. What a misspent youth being a fucking idiot. But aye, there we have it. So what I was basically wanting to do was make a map like this, but it was, oh look, Cawdor, that's an actual place. I wonder if that's in Macbeth. Any's ever read Macbeth? The Thane of Cawdor. Unseen from Knave to Chops. Culloden Battlefield, fuck me, mate. See, this is how I just get lost on these maps. Do you know what I mean? You just find mad shit everywhere. And I'm like, this is what I used to do as a kid. Now thinking, so like read books so this on a book, but it didn't have like Culloden Battlefield, it would just have like all the tunes and the motorways and shit. Aye, exactly, psychic. You unseal it over a kettle, exactly, mate. Cause when I was a wee guy, I used to write a lot of stupid letters sometimes to people. Right, what am I looking for here? That's interesting, the Culloden Battlefield, mate. Wow, I know that's just a pile of rocks, right? But something big happened here, mate. Battle of Culloden, look at that. That's nuts. Do you think that's what the houses were like back then? Stone with like straw thatched on the Battle of Culloden was fought in this moor, 16th April 1746. The graves of the gallant Highlanders who fought for Scotland and Prince Charlie are marked by the names of their clans. See what I mean? Gang fighting's always been a thing in Scotland. Back then it was clans, now it's gangs. Clans, from clans to gangs. I think we should get back to clans, mate. Go and give the Kiwis out, bud. It's just nuts, innit? Culloden Battlefield is a war grave. We ask that you treat it with respect. Mad, mate. This is mental. See what I mean? This was like the one I went to. What'd you call it? Bannockburn. The Memorial Cairn. The government front line, the Jacobite front line, fuck's sake. This is nuts. In the years after the Battle of Culloden, interest in the story of the battle steadily grew. The memorial cairn and grave markers of the clans were constructed in 1881 by Duncan Forbes, the local landowner. Today, a recent archaeological survey has suggested that the government soldiers killed at Culloden may have been buried close to this area. A coin dating from 1752 was found near here, possibly dropped by a soldier visiting the war graves in the years after the battle. It's fucking mad, innit? Position of Duke of Cumberland. Take it at fucking Prince Charlie, Edward Stewart. Mental. It's mad how they write half it in Gaelic, man, but they don't teach us it in school. I don't get that. Maybe murder shit, we're looking up fucking... We're looking up fucking history. Who was I looking for again? Pamela Heston. $20. That's still unsolved. 16. Where was it? Johnston. Is that no Robin was born? Johnston? Hold on. Fuck's sake. Aye, born in Johnston. So if he's born in 46, aye, but I don't know if he was in the area. Do you know what I mean? 1981. Because you don't just do shit like that and it goes unsolved. Like you're never heard for again, know what I mean? I don't really buy into that. It doesn't give you any like details, it just says that. Right, so where is this? Oh, Tall Crossway, East End. Oh, fuck. I thought it was the other end of the city. Murdered, hidden in bushes. That's East End. Take care, psychic. I'm not going to be on much longer anyway, man. 7:45. Been on about 5 hours or something, man. Murder, innit? But aye, this is extremely interesting. So 86, 93. So this is no far from where I stay. You know what I mean? Pretty frightening to think there's people out there who have committed these acts and no being held accountable. Do you know what I mean? Or what, man, the death toll in Australia, it's went from 12 to 16. Obviously, one of the deaths is one of the terrorists, but that's alright, he's a scumbag anyway. Do you know what I mean? But just imagine doing that, you know what I mean? Going to a fucking Hanukkah celebration and that happened. Where are you? Alright, right, love you, bye. Just checking where he was there. I didn't hear him coming back for the show. Know what I mean? My wee gavel, my law and order gavel. Goes with the scene, doesn't it? But aye, this is frightening, mate. I need to know how to make these maps, mate. I would be fucking in my element with this shit. Making big maps of shit. Is this on? Right, so somebody's actually been fuck, look at this, man, Edinburgh, not I mean, fucking parking with them and on it. Fucking hell. Margaret Reynolds. Aye, maybe get advice off this guy how to actually make one of these maps up, because trust me, I'll go fucking mental with these, man. Killed by a stranger. Or person not well known to the victim. But a couple in the 30s and all that, man. Imagine, like, I know that sounds mad, right? The murder's been happening since the dawn of time, but it's mad to think, like, these people were actually alive and just shit happened and, like, we weren't even here. I think that's mad. Anne Nealon's, I know that name, so she was one of Peter Manuel's early victims, 17-year-old lassie. It's shite, mate. So where was her pin? Right, here it's there. Right, so is that where it happened? John Wright Sports Centre, fuck's sake. That's where I went to Aikido. Like it in there, it's nice and steady, airy and cool. A lot of nice people in it. So is that where that happened? For some reason I always thought it was down here at the golf course. It's frightening to think that scumbag was going about here. But I have noticed that they don't have the triple murder he done on here. But aye, there's a few cases I'm going to look into, man. Oh, they have the watch, so see that. There it's there. So this house, right, this is like almost like right outside my house. There was a triple murder here in the 1950s. Oh gee, what's happening? It's a map that I found of murdered Scots women since 1922 going up to, no, from 1922 to 2022, right? It's a map which some guy from Ireland made. Like every death, every female death in split. It's actually a brilliant map, mate. I've been sitting staring at it for about fucking couple of hours anyway. Come on to talk about that shit in Australia. Fucking crazy scumbag bastards, man. Do you see that cunt taking that shotgun off him, but and then another cunt running up and throwing an empty bottle? Mental, mate. I'm fucking starving. Don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to hold on, man. But aye, this is brilliant. So there was an actual, I remember, because I've been gang fighting on this road and everything, right? Used to gang fight against all this area, right? And no resources, obviously, like, right in that scheme. And I've had to walk down that road. Like, that road's changed a wee bit now, because my auntie lived up here, right? And I mind me and my gran used to walk down this road. And every time we passed that house, she would always mention how a serial killer had murdered 3 people in that house. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So my gran was into true crime and all that shit and all. And it's mad to think, like, because no remember I actually done a video about that house, then he's no remember it. With my GoPro, I walked away down. I would actually like to chap the door and ask, can you give me a tour of the house? But I don't want to fucking, you know what it's like sometimes. You'll get cunts that'll be like, aye, morning mate and all that, and then you'll get cunts that'll be like, fucking don't get me in my house, no, it's fucking not the day with me, and like, for fuck's sake, calm down, man, just want that fucking swatch of your murder scene, mate. Know what I mean? Alright, Mo, what's happening? How's buddy? Here, let us see something funny. Got a new pair of trainers today. Hello. Hello, Sleepy. Big sleepy pair of trainers, look. Hello. Say hello. Where's your hellos? No hellos? Aye, just chilling in a shoebox. Hello. Hello, my pal. How you doing? No, no, no. No, no, no. Aye, just puts his head in the coma, man. It means that doesn't want to talk to you. It's got this wee bit of the house, it's like a wee exercise pen for them. Let them out and run about and shit. But aye, so this is what the map's about. It's about female murders in Scotland. Here, OG, that turned up your bit with the child porn. Did you see it? He's fucking... Hold on. He's got a mad second name. Fuck, what was it? OG, you might know, man. Norfolk Court. No way, Mo. Where'd you fae? Norfolk Court. Era flashback. What was the name? Tracy Main. Interesting. I'm going to look for that. What year was it? It should be on this. What year did you say? 1980. It'll be on this then. No, it's not even there. How's that? Oh my god, look. I'm figuring this out. Copy map. See, I should download KML. What's that? Oh, yes. Fuck it. I don't even know what that means, mate. Fuck's sake, I think I fucked it. I'll need to get back on it. Right, sorry. I know that's what I'm saying to you, Mo. I fucking used to stay there. Doing that bit. So this was the article, right? OG, this was the article. It was about a country. Map of murdered Scots women shines bleak light on killers who escape justice. He's basically saying how some murders end up in fucking Netflix and all that, but then others. So this is only for 2nd of January this year. So it's heavy research, mate. So that's just like the Glasgow area. But obviously, if you scroll right down, you can go onto the fucking actual map, right? And it's heavy boomtown after that. Tracy Main, was she only 13? Fucking hell. Right, what is going on here, mate? Is it still blank? Batman. You fucking wee blanker. Right, hold on. Tracy Main. How have I never heard of her? Heavy Mungie Trauma. Intellectually disabled man. Get away with words. I found it, but Norfolk Court. Fuck's sake, stabbed 7 times in the chest. Pulled up trousers and pants down, but there was no sexual assault. Found stabbed on a couch. So my dad would have still been living in the Gorbals at this time. My dad didn't leave the Gorbals until like 83 or something when he moved to Cambuslang. That's a heavy weird one. Maybe these are one of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm embarrassed to even say this, right? See that one right there? See that? That's my biological mother. What is the odds in that? I'll need to check this one out and all. But aye, there you have it, peeps. My ma's across for the sheriff court. But the sheriff got. There's a garage. Or the motors all parked outside. Fucking gives me the feel that pitch, man. But aye, Joanna Colbeck died May 24th, 2002. I actually met her. Employer Rose Broadley. Joanna was a sex worker being employed by Rose, who was also a drug dealer, thrown to her death from the 20th floor of the tenement at Norfolk Court by Rose over a drug debt. Now, let me just clarify something here. As much as I detest my biological mother, what this guy didn't also mention was that 3 years into that life imprisonment sentence, my mum, I hate even using that word to talk about her, her conviction was quashed, the murder conviction was quashed because there was a suicide note. In fact, I'll tell you a funny story. So this lassie, Joanna Colbeck, God rest her, know what I mean? Lassie had she had like heroin addiction and all that, and my biological mum was basically had her out selling herself. She had a few lassies doing it, which personally I find pretty disgusting. That my ma, like anybody I know, would be involved in that. People like that, you help them, you protect them, you don't do shit like that. Apparently what she was meant to have done was jumped out the window, because I knew her pattern. She'd get up at 4 o'clock in the evening, start taking drugs, and then go out and start driving about, meeting people, doing this, doing that, whatever. I wouldn't get involved. But I remember finding a roll of £20 notes like that, like actual, and I was actually thinking about taking it just because. But obviously they were abusing her and all that. But my wee brother Tony, who's passed away, whose ashes are right behind me, he was sleeping on the couch at the time, and he said he woke up and see when you open the windows in the old Gorbals flats, the window actually turns the opposite way, and they said the curtain was flattened. He woke up with the curtain flattened, right? That's what woke him up. and he says because the wind was coming in or whatever, and he went to shut the window and he's looked down and all these cunts are all looking up and he's like that. Went and woke her up. What out here? She's jumping out the window. I would never protect her if I believe that that's what she done. But for what I know, the poor lassie committed suicide. She left a note, like, see, it was like lyrics out a Pink Floyd song or some shit. But the murder squad apparently pocketed it, for what I've heard. And the funny thing is, when I was in Shorts prison, a guy by the name of Paddy Hill, I don't know if any of you have heard of him, he was wrongly convicted for the Birmingham Six, the IRA, it was provisional IRA, was bombing all these fucking pubs and shit down England. And if you've ever seen the film In the Name of the Father, it's kind of the same thing. Just that we Irish guys getting in jail for shit they had nothing to do with. And he came up and done a talk in Shorts prison in 2004, I think it was. He came up and he came up. I actually went and shook his on that wee Paddy Hill. What a wee guy, man! He just looked like a wee skinny guy, looked totally frail, if I'm being honest, right? Like a strong wind would knock him out, but see the heart in this guy, man, what he went through. Just what he was telling us, we were all just sitting there like, what, man? You think you're hard done, you know what I mean? But when I told him who I was, you know the first thing he says to me? What happened to the suicide note? And I was like, fuck knows. I says, I heard the coppers took it, but I didn't know, obviously. And then it was 2005. One of the screws came and opened my door, right? And he says, yeah, I just heard on the radio your ma won her appeal. And I was like, what? And he says, aye, they've quashed her conviction. The murder conviction was quashed, and she was resentenced to 3 years in prison for assaulting this lassie. So I just wanted to add that wee footnote that even though it's probably fair to say my biological mother indirectly caused this lassie's death by, Class A drugs, whether she had a habit or no before meeting her, she's still taking advantage of her, getting her to sell herself and all that shit. So at the end of the day, it is what it is, isn't it? Oh, look, we're funny. Fuck's sake. That's a shame, man. Innit? Who was Dolores Price again? What more fun it? I didn't think it was on here. Nobody held responsible. Thomas Docherty was acquitted of murder in a legal technicality because of a police mistake in not informing him he had the right to remain silent. Oh, fucking hell, man. Docherty knew details of the murder that weren't made available to the public, such as the number of times Tracy was stabbed and on which parts of her body. Tracy lived at 17 Norfolk Court and Thomas lived a few doors down. My cousin died in 17 Norfolk Court. After the controversial acquittal, there were fears of revenge attacks. Docherty was committed to Carstairs. He done that then, didn't he? What do you think? Do you think he done that? It's fucking terrible, man. See, I didn't even notice these ones. I don't. Nah, that's terrible, man. Only what age was she? 12 or 13, mate. It's my thing. My ma she would have known about that because she stayed there. She grew up there all days. The Gorbals. My dad did as well, but he moved. My dad moved to Cambuslang like when I was born, so he would have been like 17, 18 when he moved here. But he grew up there and all. I didn't like it. I stayed there for a brief bit. Didn't like it at all, man. So obviously because of who I was staying with, wasn't it? Because I've changed all these laws, it's all fucking weird to me, you know. Blackfriars. So see that school, I used to go to that school when I stayed there. So my house was like just down here where the flats were. So if that, like my flats would have been here. Down here somewhere. Aye, it was horrible staying there, mate. Getting battered all the time, you know. Close for that, so living here. There's a wee swing park. I think the wee swing park's still there. I think it just looks weird now. Know who I'm trying to find? There's some amount, but Suzanne Pelly, what one was that again? Oh wait. Oh right, aye, that was him that drove to the forest and that's how they fucking remember that? It was basically the reason that he got caught was fucking, well, know how he got caught, but the miles on his motor didn't tally up with what he was saying or something. They've never found the body. No, OG, that the see the pins, that's where either the murder happened or where the person who was murdered was living at the time. So it's just basically like every one of these pins is a woman who's been murdered. I remember that one. That was actually pretty well spoke about. So that would have been her house when she either got murdered or went missing. She was last seen on CCTV in North Street, David Street, 8:45 a.m. The charge against her ex-boyfriend is that he murdered her in work or elsewhere by means unknown and buried her in a place unknown. So she basically vanished off the fucking face of the earth. He's involved in they've named murder weapon, name murder scene, and no body. He obviously thinks I'm getting away with this, but nah, mate, you're getting away with fuck all, bro. Like a Nat Fraser type deal. Listen to that wind, man. Mental, man. So there's a good few on here that are quite notorious. Like, they were quite well-known cases, but as the guy who made this map said, there's obviously a lot that have just been forgot about. What is this? This a Chinese woman murdered by husband Robert Kerr, detained indefinitely, state hospital Carstairs. Shin studied journalism and law in China before coming to Scotland in the mid-2000s for a postgrad course. She lived in Newton Mearns with husband, 2 children. Shin works as a translator. That's mad. How there's some amount of these, right, that have gone to Carstairs after they've done it. I don't get what the fuck's this one. I always remember see her, it was on Arthur Seat. Beautiful looking lassie, man. Beautiful, mate. This guy pure terrorised her. Pure absolute fucking scumbag, mate. Know what I mean? Flung her off Arthur Seat. You probably remember it. Know what I mean? Absolute rat bag fuck. And I believe that the cunt that flung her off here, I believe it dad told me there a day. And it was good that the poor lassie, when she was flung off, I think she was pregnant and all. So I think he felt maybe, because we're talking like Pakistan, right? So like he's like working in B&M or some shit, right? But she's a lawyer and fucking a high flyer. That's no good for his self-esteem. That's no good for his image. We're talking about the Pakistan, my friend. So you get what I'm talking about? And he strikes me as the type of cunt where the woman has to be subservient to him. She's a lawyer, mate. You're fucking pushing trolleys nowadays or some shit. And he was on the phone. I think he flung the phones away, but he was on the phone to his dad before it, and I believe the dad told him to do it. Or told him, like, aye, mate, we're doing this. Like one of the ones, not what I mean? But there was one I wanted to, that I can't find. But it's mad how there's ones for the 30s and all that. What is going on here? Fuck off. Murdered by her father, fuck's sake, man. 25-year-old. Madness, man. Mad amount of shit you actually don't know. That was the one I was looking for. Julie Riley. See what that was giving it. So I'm wondering. Because he stayed up here, this cunt. My brother. Sarah was murdered off the street. Wait, come on. Madness, man. Mo, your sister's in Sydney. You're kidding, man. Is she alright? Hope she's alright, man. Honestly, man, I'm just sick of seeing all this shit with these cunts. That's what this live was about, and we ended up fucking looking all this, stumbling on this. But let me just say that I don't give a fuck what your views are. See if you think that these cunts are right. That I really don't know what to say to you. Like, so obviously at the start of this, I was going through all that Sharia law shit and all that. You imagine, like, me and whoever, say there was a Ramadan fucking, say there was a Ramadan festival down outside fucking the central mosque, and say me and Batman just rocked up, started pulling tools out and letting shots off. Mate, that's a major thing, mate. That's, can't do that, mate. Know what I mean? Just because you don't like some cunt's fucking religion, background, whatever. But the thing is, there seems to be a common thread here. Like, I would condemn any cunt doing this, whether it's Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, fucking whatever. But every time this happens, there's one pattern, there's one common denominator, and it's the religion of the people who are perpetrating these acts. And there's only one fucking, there's only one way to deal with them in my book, mate. And do you know the funny thing is, see the guy who ran up and took the shotgun off one of the terrorists. There's reports that he's Muslim, right? And I don't know if that's true or no, but see if it is, that's the kind of Muslim I want to talk to, be pals with. He represents a religion of peace. He took a shotgun off a terrorist and didn't blast him with it. Mate, I would have blasted him just to see if the shotgun worked, mate. In all honesty. It's not as if I'm doing it to somebody who's like a citizen or whatever, and like somebody was like that. What was it? No chemical, I'm no far right, mate. See, that's the funny thing. People think you're far right if you're no, I know what it is, mate. I'm nowhere on a political spectrum. You show me the political situation and I'll tell you my views. They might be far left, they might be centre left, they might be centre right, or they might be far right. But I'm not always on one end of that spectrum. But when it comes to dealing with this, I would be doing what George Bush done during 9/11. I would be ripping cunts out of airports and all that and sending them to jails in fucking Dubai where they belong, mate. They don't belong on these on Western They don't belong in Western civilization, mate. What are you asking me that for? Would you say you're far right? To me, that's just a term, right? See, to me, see words now. People have weaponized vocabulary to the point where white means black, black means white, red means fucking orange, and orange means fucking red, and night means day, day means night. Boy is a girl, girl is a boy. They just all try to fuck shit up, fuck cunts' heads up, gaslight you into no saying nothing. Well, do you know what? You gaslighted me long enough, but see, now I don't give a fuck, mate. See, as long as I can argue with you coherently instead of using certain words that people will just know, you can't talk, you can't have a debate or an argument, right? If you're sitting throwing certain words about, you need, it's like we were talking about this at the start about Sharia law and all that, right? This is but chemical. You need to speak up, mate, because they're gaslighting you. They're gaslighting me. It's what you say when you speak up, bro. At the end of the day, see if right. Let me put it to you this way: see if Jews or Christians start driving fucking trucks through Christmas markets, killing cunts, start blowing up mosques, start blowing up synagogues, I will come on here and say the exact same shit about them, mate. They're all fucking, anybody blowing up something just because of their religion is a fucking nutter, mate. That is a nutter. You're just nuts. You need put down, mate. That's what it's all about. Know what I mean? Exactly, OG. That's what I laugh at. If you pipe up about a certain religion, they go, "You're racist." But how can I be racist? Islam is not a race. Christianity is not a race. Do you know what I mean? Buddhism is not a race. Do you know, that's what I find pure funny? Like, cunts don't even know their words, mate. Like, I mind in the jail, somebody said something about, well, it was a Polish guy, right? And somebody said something to him, and he's like, "That's racist." It's like, they're the same race, you fucking idiot. You know what I mean? White European, mate. Caucasian. That's the three races: Caucasian, Mongoloid, and Negroid. Might be bigoted. It's no racist. Sort your fucking sell out, mate. Before you start fucking using words on it. That's my nutting, mate. Heavy ranting. No one of that. Fucking circuit, mate. Know what I mean? So see Christopher. So see Ashley, right? Ashley's brother stays in Sydney. He works in a hospital there. Amanda's wife. Mo, I would agree with that. Fascist and racist have lost their meaning. Same as people on here calling each other nonces. It weakens the word's effect. Exactly. It's almost like demonetizes it, doesn't it? It's like people throw about the words that easily. It's like they've lost their meaning, their weight. Do you know what I mean? And that's the thing, you need to be really careful with words. Do you know what I mean? It's not, I always say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Like when I was in that jiu-jitsu club, they pulled me up for a social media post, right? Which, looking at this, I would have thought the same thing as this guy. But why are you pulling me up for that? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't work for you. I've been here 2 years, never once mentioned anything to do with this. Somebody showed you, and now you're pulling us up, asking me, do I follow Tommy Robinson and all this piss? Well, do you know what? I went and read up on him after that, and you know what? See, everything he's saying about Islam, it is true, right? And it's almost like, if you say anything that could make a guy like Tommy Robinson, portray him in a good light, might like him, you might not like him, but if you say anything that portrays that guy in a good light, you're ostracized and demonized and told you're a racist, you're far right, you're this, you're that. No, mate. My eyes are open now. And that's how I laughed when he said, where are you getting your info? He said, I said, listen, I've been researching it. He said, and what kind of research? You show me your research. Can you show me your sources? Like 2 minutes, mate, took about 80 photos, mate, and sent it. 80 photos. Imagine that. And that wasn't even all the shit I had. 80 photos, mate. His phone must have blew up. And do you know the best bit about it? See if or when these people try and make a push, a black belt in jiu-jitsu is not going to save you for these cunts. You might break a few arms or break a few ankles. It's not going to save you. What is going to save you? A big fucking tool. Fuck's sake. Not got to stand going toe to toe with a terrorist, are you? Fuck's sake. He's out to kill as many people as he can. Fuck's sake. It's just fucked up, man. I don't care about anybody's belief as long as you're not trying to fucking like they're up. It's like that every cunt thinks they want to argue with each other about it. I'm just like, I can't be fucked, mate. I just like looking into what I look into, man. People, other people are the same. They look into shit. Know what I mean? And this is the thing, we're all bombarded with information. We've got constant access to 24-hour news, the web, everything, right? So we're all going down fucking rabbit holes. Know what I mean? When the funny thing is, like if you saw inside my house the amount of books and paperwork not lying about the black, fuck's sake, man, these things are all breeding. But that's obviously stemmed from a childhood fascination with reading, which obviously the jail just made even worse with fucking doing my degree and all that, learning how to research shit, and then just going heavy fucking mental. And mate, I don't need this. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like my head's already fucked. Go end up making myself ill with all that research shit. But I can't help it. I can't stop it. It's like I crave it, honestly. And see, at the end of the day, man, see, this is the thing I know with this internet shit and all that as well, right? It's almost like a lot of people have an anxiety about being proven wrong about something that they believe or they think. Like you could almost show them incontrovertible proof that what they've told you is a lie and they still only believe you for some reason. I think that is madness. That is crazy to me, mate. Like, there's always got to be something that could contradict something you believe or something that you think, but that's up to you to be on the ball to fire back on that. Know what I mean? But listen, I've been on 5 years now. I'm going to get off this and go and get something to eat, man. I'm absolutely fucking starving. I actually don't want to get off. It's been a good live, I think. Just sitting fucking, we're talking about all that fucking that terrorist stuff, and then just morphed into unsolved, well, no unsolved murders, but female murders in Scotland. I need to learn how to make them apps. But goes all cheers for watching, and I'll see you on next time I'm back on. And thoughts and prayers with the people who were attacked in Sydney, Australia, and hope that the guy that's in the jail for it now is getting his head caved on. Have a good night.